So I'll look first to staff to make sure you guys are ready. And CNET, if you guys are all ready, then I will call to order the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors 2024 Proposed Operating Budget Special Meeting for Tuesday, October 24th. And I'll first go to the manager for a roll call and some instructions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to members of the board, staff, and public for joining us this evening for the October 24th special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. This meeting has been properly advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a hybrid meeting with the option to attend virtually and in person here in the main meeting room. If you are in attendance virtually using the Zoom platform and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please say your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on when the chairwoman calls on you. If you are attending in person with us in the main meeting room and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please address the board at the podium and state your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on. Prior to commencing the meeting, I have just a few short procedural items to cover. First, members of the public attending using the Zoom platform are asked to remain muted to prevent any ambient noise from disrupting the meeting. If a member of the public is acknowledged by the chair and wish to speak, they may unmute their microphone for their question or comment. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes may accurately reflect the action taken. And finally, a roll call of the Board of Supervisors will now be taken. Please indicate that you are here when your name is called. Ms. Strickland?
Here.
Ms. Stevens? Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Gracie Griffin?
Here.
Mr. Heller?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So we will move to the proposed 2024 operating budget presentation, and we'll go back to the manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I just want to start by saying thank you to staff. As every year, we prepare our budget with the department directors submitting their request for their 2024 proposed expenses for next year, for the upcoming year. And they did that this year, and of course that takes quite a bit of work and collaboration and communication. And so many thanks to all the department heads as well as their staff for taking time to go through and identify their requested expenditures for the next year. This year, as you have been able to view, the budget was prepared differently. It was prepared using ClearGov as it was listed in the 2023 operating budget and as a goal item, and we were successful at achieving this goal to transition our budget development using the ClearGov digital budget book. I recognize that this first year, our presentation of the budget using a new software is certainly going to be not as smooth as it has been in the past, but the expectation and the reason behind moving towards ClearGov was for the increased transparency, understanding that there is a web version option that will be utilized or available to be utilized when we update the budget with the action taken by the board following Thursday's discussion of reviewing the specific agenda items, or excuse me, the specific items in the budget. So first and foremost, thank you. We appreciate in advance your patience as we kind of roll through the review of this budget, as it is in a very different format. So I anticipate that this will be very different for the board. It's also different for staff, and it's also going to be different for the public. We have updated our list of items to review with page numbers, and we're hoping that that makes it a little bit more easier for reference. But we are prepared to take as long as needed to get to the item, so we're all on the same page, literally and figuratively, and be able to answer any questions that the board may have. And I have just a brief presentation that I want to review with the board as we kick this off. As I mentioned, the proposed 2024 operating budget is presented using ClearGov Digit Budget Book, an initiative which began in 2022 as listed as a fiscal year goal for 2023. The budget data is shown primarily in two ways, by fund and by department. Revenues are categorized by source and expenditures by type. While different from the previous budget format, ClearGov offers greater transparency with the web version and insight into the operating budget and budgeting process. And additionally, the budget is more accessible as it can be viewed in both web version and standard formats. Moving into the next slide here that's presented on the screen in front of you, the overall presentation of the budget represents a $28.74 million of expenditures across all funds. Proposes a $21 million of revenue proposed in the 2024 operating budget across all funds. And then also proposed in the general fund specific is $17.25 million in expenditures and about $12.15 in revenue in the general fund. And then provided here on the next slide, you'll see a comparison for a review of history over the last 5 years. I do want to bring to the board's attention and the public who's reviewing and listening this evening, what you see as budgeted expenditures in the top left upper left top, the top upper left corner represents the budgeted expenditures, which is different than the actuals, but the actuals are within $1 to $2 million of difference. And I think the chart there on the right or below for the Ferguson Township Funds 2018 to 2024, I wanted just to be able to bring to your attention that this has been happening. There's a steady increase, a steady incline over the last 5 years. One exception that you may see stand out here is in 2019, the annual operating budget shows a $30 million of expenditures and revenues at $28 million. And then in 2020, it shows revenues at about $31 million. It's not that we had an increase in revenues, and of course I wasn't preparing the budget and I wasn't presenting the budget, which makes a bit of a difference. But I believe what happened here is that we had the 2019 bond that was taken out for the Public Works building. I believe that it may have been reported as revenue, which is not how it would be recommended to report the bond that we took out, but it is reported as revenue. But if you eliminate the 2019 and 2020 or just remove them, you'll see there's a steady increase in expenditures and a steady increase in revenue. And so just having that perspective over time, I think might be able to put in kind of perspective how we got where we are. And then there are a couple errors and omissions since we've published this and went back and reviewed it several times in preparation for this meeting. We were able to find some specific items that do need to be updated. So I'm going to go ahead and see if we can make this a little bigger. I'll just start by reading off. So the top item here is salary and wages. So in account 0140043812, this item currently shows salaries and wages. The total comes to $946,000. And there are some changes here that we need to make to this particular item. We need to separate out $124,306 to show the mechanic and the foreman's salary. And we need to put that in $437,112, which is represented on page 232 of the book that's in front of the board currently. Additionally, the additional change that we need to make is to separate $35,000 and put that in $408,115 for the engineering temporary part-time wages, which is estimated at about 4 part-time temporary employees to assist with the busy season. And this line item also needs to be reduced by $57,351. I'm going to go to the second item that the staff needs to make. Because of the software, the way that our data migrated over, it migrated over the personnel services. So on page 54, you'll see that there is a total personnel services that groups not just all salaries and wages and part-time salary wages and full-time salary and wages, but it also groups in the inter-transfer funds. And that significantly inflated personnel services by $3.6 million. And $3.6 million actually is representing the general transfer funds. We can have that corrected but it has to go through a process where ClearGov corrects that for us. The third item here, mechanics, small tools. We went to make a request to have general expense replaced with mechanics and small tools for the Public Works Department. And by default, ClearGov made that change across all funds and all accounts. So where you see mechanics, small tools needs replaced with general expenses. You may recall when the auditor was here to give a presentation, one of the auditors made the comment that the township's representation of titles for the DCD charts are not, the way that we represent our titles in our budget is not represented as DCD chart of accounts recommends. And so mechanics small tools is an example where we customize it in our budget, but it would fall under general expenses in DCD chart of accounts. So we'll be making that change. The other change that that still needs to be made is in Fund 20, the salaries and wages. The note section is what needs revised. The salaries and wages currently represent 100% of the wages for 2 stormwater engineer road workers. But the comment section, I think, acknowledges that there are several other wages that are split in half or by some percentage, and that is incorrect. So the comment section is what staff will be updating to be sure that it's representing only 2 full-time stormwater engineers, 100% of their wages. And the next item is the fire contributions for account 411-540 in the general fund and 411-541. Currently it represents $0, and staff is recommending to have an allocation of $3,000 for Warriors Mark fire protection and Port Matilda fire protection, same as presented in the 2023 operating budget. And then the only other item here that is not explicitly stated, but I'll bring to your attention, is that the salaries and wages in this 2024 proposed operating budget is rolling up salaries for each of the departments. So for example, if you're looking at general fund 401-1112, it previously, for example, may have represented just the HR director, whereas now it's representing all of the salaries for everyone in administration. So why I'm bringing that to your attention is because there are sections of the budget, for example, in 401-1112 that might show that the budgeted 2023 salaries and wages may have only been, say, $95,000, but in 2024 it might show $800,000 because it's representing 7 full-time staff members' salaries and wages. And so we have rolled up those salaries, which can be available if you ask for it. We looked at all of our municipalities, and in discussions that we've had with some of the HR consultants, it's recommended that we roll it up. But of course, if you'd like to see it, it's always available. It's always going to be available through a right to know request. It's just for purposes of the budget, having it rolled up. And then moving forward in subsequent years, you'll have that base in 2024 to be able to compare for future budgets to see what's increasing. All of the salaries and wages currently have an estimate increase for merit and COLA. And so that's also included. And then moving to the next slide, I won't take too much time, but I'll just, for the board members that were here last year when the budget was presented, this slide was brought in front of you for your consideration, which is acknowledgement that as we continue to see that we have an increase in expenditures that exceed our revenue, that is not sustainable indefinitely. And presented to the board was consideration of one of the 5 or a combination of the 5. Of course, the board could do nothing. The board could consider budget cuts, as we can generally do when we have our special meetings. The board, of course, could have consideration to a step-down approach, raise taxes, and also consider a budget cap. And the only thing I'll share with the board this evening is that I do consider a do-nothing approach in subsequent years to be to create a non-sustainable approach. I think that in future years, we might want to consider alternative options. And other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would suggest that we would go ahead and begin with the general fund and administration on page 207.
General questions on that opening overview. And Corey, if you have any, or Jeremy, if you have any, just go ahead and speak up. Because we'll have some other stuff on the screen probably throughout the evening, so, and I don't want to miss your comments, so. And what, I just want to ask what COLA is calculated at for this year?
COLA is calculated at 4.3% with a merit of 1.25. The two combined is 5.5%.
Thank you. All right, so I'll turn it back over to you if you want to get us started here on administration in the general fund.
Yes, thank you. So beginning with general government, we have our personnel services, listed here. And again, we see that mechanics, small tools, that's general expense for 5,500. And I'm just gonna go through and highlight some of the changes, but of course, please just chime in if you have questions. You'll note here that there was consideration for, let's see. The professional services for the grant, for some appropriations to support for grants. I think in previous years, there was a request for a position to provide services or to assist with grant seeking and administration. And then what is appropriated here at the support of the board was to engage Delta Development for their services for grants. And there's not much of a change here for the general government section. Are there any questions before moving into administration?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious again for myself as well as audience members and folks joining us online. Could we maybe look at which fund, for quick searching here on the electronic document we're talking about? So at least it'll help me home in for a moment on that. So if I just do a general search in the electronic document where I have my comments, for example, and we think about
Within the PDF?
yeah,
You mean, okay.
the account ID,
Let me just
just a general one in the
Yeah.
vicinity, that'll help, and then we can communicate that out.
400. I'm gonna look.
Sustainable PA conference. Okay, I think, did I find it? Oh, that's a different one.
James, the PDF that would have been uploaded,
Previous one, the one that went out on Friday. If
Mhm.
you follow the page numbers on this document here, it would match with the budget book that's on front of you on your, at your desk, so it'd be page 207 of the book.
Okay, and it looks
he's
like page,
referencing the one that was sent out.
It's online.
Yeah.
The one that's attached with the agenda packet currently is the version that the page numbers are based off of.
okay,
So this would be the one that was, it was identified that on Friday, I don't believe that the budget was properly attached to the agenda packet, so I resent the agenda packet out on Monday afternoon. and it would match with that.
Okay.
So Friday, yeah, thank you for that clarification. When the agenda was uploaded on Friday and was sent through Constant Contact, the budget wasn't uploaded, unfortunately. So Friday evening, I was able to get the budget uploaded with the agenda Friday evening, and then a new Constant Contact went out to those that are subscribed with the budget attached.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, for example, I think it's like page 70 in the electronic version that was out Friday, but it's 210 maybe in here, but it appears differently as well.
Right, so.
It's not in the
So
same
two things
order.
you'll notice in the digital budget book is one, that it's broken down by fund,
Mhm.
and then in the version that's in front of you in the book, it's broken down by department as well. So the information can be found twice depending on which way you're looking at it. So normally, what we would have is the general fund, then
Mhm.
split out by department. So you have some fund summaries, which has each fund broken out. And then you also have the department section, which has the expenditures for each department across all funds. And that's how it's separated out.
Okay.
So what we might have
Yeah.
to do is reference both pages, because I'm doing the same thing you are too. My page numbers reference the PDF, the original PDF that we got on Friday. So we may just have to
Pulling that up right
cross-reference
now. Okay.
that, yeah. And again, manager stated really well about this transition process, and I think especially for those of us who have worked in the old format for a little while, I think it's just going to be a process to acclimate ourselves to this new format. So we appreciate the patience of everyone.
I think that identifying the expenditures by department in the fund summary that was in the original PDF is much more difficult to identify how we go through this normally according to this agenda. It's easier in the book to identify it by department and then find the expenditures for each department across all funds.
So page 45 is where I believe you'll find it in the PDF that was initially sent out. Were you able to find it?
I did not.
I'm not finding a direct correlation. No, I'm sorry.
And so the direct correlation would be first just the salary. So what James was just saying is that the accounts are presented based on, I'm gonna call it objects, but it's expenses. So on page 45, you see we're beginning with 400-105. So we can review based on the way it was presented. That's the 400 account is the general government, and that's representing the salaries and the training only. And then to go to the next section, we would hop to 400, 320. So the next section in the account would be 400, 320, which would be the CNET contributions. And that would be on page 68. And if you look at the book, the way the book is set up, we went and created the sections and then provided you with the printed copy, so then you could have some continuity in the review of the accounts.
And I think that's good. I think that's gonna be the way to look at it. I think at least for Matt and I, because I think probably both lined up our notes with the original PDF format. So, if we could just reference that, even as we go through the department, grouping that's included in the printed book, reference back to the original PDF, is that gonna be helpful to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And do you know what sections?
Likely, I think
Like if
we
you have your
will, yeah.
comments noted,
Mhm.
otherwise it will be a control F for every line item.
That's pretty much what I've been doing.
Okay, all right.
So just for instance, if we go back to the Delta Development, professional services contracting, the 45,000, where would we find that, in the front?
Of what,
Where would that be under the,
on 207, so if you go to page 207. And so we start at 207. And then on page 210 in the book, top professional services.
So, 01400. Which correlates then to page 68 on the on the one that was sent out Friday.
there we go, okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, so if we can for instance, that references back to page 68 in the original PDF, so that's where, we'll need that reference, I think, at least I will too.
I will too.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna look to James to try and get ahead of that PDF and follow us here.
Right, and if I may, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
what I'm
please.
noticing too is there are a lot more line items in the PDF version than there are on the paper version in front of us, and I was just wondering why that would be too.
What was your question?
If I look at the paper version here, there's just the list on the table is only a page and a little bit longer. And yet in the electronic version, when we start it, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It just keeps rolling into different funds, et cetera. So I guess maybe that's that split by departments
Right.
that we're looking at in the paper versus
Right.
what's on here.
So if you
Okay.
look at it in department, that's where you get the detail of the expenditures across all funds for
Okay.
each department. If you look at just the general fund, there's quite a bit of information there, so it becomes quite cumbersome to comb through because it's grouping, every salary and expenditure is grouped as one thing in general fund, so
Mhm.
all
That's the
departments that
PDF
have
version that you have.
Yeah.
112 or 115, it's all getting grouped as salary and wages in the general fund. So to break that out by department then we take it down into the department section and it breaks it down by all expenditures across all funds.
Okay. Yeah, by that
So,
department.
yeah,
Sorry.
Yes,
what you
by
have
that
in front of you
department,
is
yeah.
to represent or replicate more of how you've been how you've seen it, for those of you that have looked at the budget in the past. So when we looked at the PDF that was sent on Friday, we realized it's not easy to line up and compare it to the previous versions. So then James offered to create these subsections. So what's printed here is to try and give you a layout that shows how we've looked at it in the past. But either option shows the same dollar amount. It's just the layout.
yeah, and I agree, I think that's gonna be incredibly helpful. I think really the only issue at this point is just gonna
Just
be
to line up your
us
comments.
referencing
Yep.
our
Yeah.
Yeah.
comments.
If I can too, I think the easiest way to get on the same page, no pun intended, actually it's intended, but to use the account number that you're referencing for the note.
Yeah,
Because depending on which way you're looking at it and how you choose to view the data, we'll all know what the account numbers are all the same,
Yep.
so.
Yeah, very good.
That's my control F.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we'll do that. We'll
exactly,
try and get
yes.
ahead as we're, like, if I'm presenting, James can try and get ahead. If he's presenting, I'll get ahead and try and give you the alternative page numbers, so you can follow along with your comments.
Great.
I found the website to be helpful, and as a matter of fact,
That's-
it looks like I'm probably going to be just downloading each section as a separate PDF and kind of mining it that way as well.
So you've explored the web, and the web version is, and so why we didn't want to release the web version initially is because we want, well, no, it's good that you're using it.
Okay.
We wanted a record of what the proposed 2024 budget is. And so any changes that the board requests to have made, we'll make those changes and then we'll publish to the public the web version.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
need this down.
Because yeah,
But
it's
the
still
web
draft.
version, yeah, it's designed to be easier to use. But we're still learning as we go.
Yep.
And James and I have taken the lead on, without a finance director, so we apologize for the turbulence here in this process.
It would have been difficult no matter what with the change in using this software versus what's
Right.
been used in the past. And I think just going through that explanation of how the printed book is different from the PDF that we've been reviewing, I think is good. And yes, of course, we'll keep referencing the actual line item fund numbers, so.
Perfect. Yeah.
All right.
That helps.
Are there any questions?
Let's
Okay.
go back. Okay, so we were at page 69 or 207. And that was the consulting. And I did just want to ask, did we add another meeting for coverage under CNET? Or is that just an increase in the
We did
cost?
2-3 years ago. So the
Okay, but
formula for
nothing-
CNET is on a delayed schedule. So we increased coverage for planning commission. And then we can expect another increase probably in a year or two because we did the work sessions this year. So
Right.
right now, we're getting the increase from our coverage that we started providing for CNET's televised coverage for the planning commission.
Good, okay.
Yeah, it's based on programs.
Yeah, user programs.
Yeah.
And
So
then-
any other questions there? I'm not seeing anything.
And then we have the transportation 400-330. On the printed version, it's 210. On the digitized version, it's 67, I believe. It went from the budgeted expenditure went from 250 to 1,000. And that is just it's based on seeing an increase in interest from board members wanting to travel and having funds appropriated to do reimbursements.
I did want to ask about membership in the Center County Association of Township Officials. I think Ferguson has been in it in the past, not since I've been on the board, I don't think. I know Harris participates. I think the borough
For which, I'm
participates.
sorry, ma'am.
This is CCATO. I think it's Center County Association of
Oh, yes.
Township.
I think I saw it on the in the
Officials.
budget somewhere.
Yes, it's account 400-420. On the digitized version, it's 68. On the printed version, it's 210.
So is this new for this year? Have we not been in it?
No, we've been in it
Okay,
in the
okay.
past. That's an example of where it just didn't migrate over. If you recall, in the previous budgets, it was provided in a table. So any of the budgeted individualized items that were in a table, it didn't migrate over as a line item.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Other questions? I'm not seeing any.
All right. And so the dues and subscriptions are there. That is another example that was presented in previous budget versions as a table, but we did create manually the subline items to itemize the prices. But you'll see in some of those itemized areas, for example, PELRAS membership, we've been members for as far back as I can remember, but the 2023 budgeted amount shows $0, but it was in the past $450 as well. The item here I'll point out that was added in response to requests from board members is for board members for individualized webinars and sessions and training programs is the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors. So we participate in the Pennsylvania Municipal League, and generally we haven't, you know, as a home rule charter, we have just been able to have our trainings and our programs of interest, you know, through PML. However, I've had several inquiries and requests to attend, but from board members over the last 12 months. We abbreviate and reference it as PSATs for PSAT trainings, as well as from staff for individual training sessions. And so that's an item that is there as an increase or an additional item that was not there in the past. So if the board wants to give that consideration as a flagged item, or just know that that was something that was added in. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
Even without membership, we can participate. You could just pay the non-member
Absolutely.
fee for
Yep.
those trainings.
That is correct.
So you wouldn't necessarily need to be members because we've done those trainings without having been members. So I guess it's just a matter of how many trainings have been requested. And so with this, because I don't think we'd attend the conferences, you know, or anything like that because we already attend PML. So
an alternative option, Madam Chair, could be that we flag this item and perhaps increase the miscellaneous training to allot for the participation of PSAT trainings the board members would like to participate in. And so we increase it from 500 maybe to 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
That would be an additional 700 to support request trainings.
because I'm not sure how much those are. I know that some of the ones I've looked at before, 70, 80, maybe 100 if it's, you know, 3-hour sessions over 2 days, I think for some of those longer ones. Comment on that, or?
Yeah, I had actually got a mailer the other day, I guess, with the election. PSAT's sent something out to basically, I think, probably everyone that's running or everyone that's new. They are offering a boot camp in Boalsburg this year, and I thought it was $249 for non-members. There'll be 3 sessions, one before 2024 and then 2 more afterwards that they're offering. And it sounds like, you know, it's going to cover a lot of good things, especially for those incoming supervisors, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with leaving a higher amount, but maybe just looking at if we really need the membership versus having the dollars there for the training. So whatever makes the most sense. I think, you know, that boot camp
We'll flag it.
sounds, yeah, just flag it. Yeah, we don't need to go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
earlier we had discussed, Jeremy, I'm not sure if you were online at that time, but we'll just go through, pull the items that we want to discuss later. At the end of Thursday, we'll make decisions. So, but it's, while we're in the moment, sometimes it's helpful to have at least a bit of the discussion, and when we get back to actually determining a number on Thursday, we'll have some context around it.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's like, where's going to be the cost savings? Are we only going to go to boot camp? Then we don't need membership because we're going to be under
Right, so
that
maybe we
expense.
just do that this year and see how many trainings we actually participate in, and maybe 25 is the year we join.
And,
if it
and
works
even
out.
like with PML, we're still going to be paying additional expense for whatever trainings we attend
Yeah.
of theirs as well. So.
Right. Okay.
And then we can move, if there aren't any questions on the dues and subscriptions, we can move into the executive, which shows, it begins with the professional services with 400, 401, 310, which is also in the PDF, page 68, I believe, 69.
Yep.
And on the printed version, I believe it's 215. The beginning of the section starts on 212, 213, but let's start on 214 on the printed version. So this is where it's 214 on the printed version, it's salaries and wages.
We all there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And so this is an example where everything is rolled up from 2023. So this is, the 2023 is just representing one staff person's position. But all of the positions here, plus one proposed position, includes a total of 837,871.
Okay, comments on this first item, and I'll start out, so, because I wanted to flag the risk management director position, so I'll go ahead and do that now for discussion.
Okay, it's flagged. And then the salaries and wages part-time, 401-115 proposes wages for continuing the recording secretary, the part-time AmeriCorps position, which is the proposed new item, and the intern, which we've had the intern in the past, but it's been shown under community engagement, and we just brought it in under salaries and wages part-time. But it's a part-time temporary internship. But what's being proposed that wasn't previously in the 2023 budget is the AmeriCorps position for approximately $38,000.
So I do want to flag that one because CRPA is actually going to have an AmeriCorps position for sustainability and climate. So I'm not sure if we need that, because they're going to get somebody over there doing that. So I'll flag that one.
Okay. And I don't know if there are any questions in continuing through here. For the, this is what we refer to as admin, but it's also for DCD chart of accounts, it's executive.
Okay.
Are
So
there-
our new format's gonna follow what is recommended and required, I guess, by DCED for some of these categorizations. of the budget.
That's the way it's being presented this evening.
Yeah,
Um,
that's great.
But the printed version, what we did do, so when you're on the web line, you can go and look, and we've created these sections, so you can find it on the web as admin.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is listed under as general, which is generally we'll refer to that as 400, or the boards section of the budget, or admin section of the budget, but it's also referred to as the executive. So that's following the chart of accounts for the parent grouping titles.
Right, yep, that makes sense.
Okay. Alright, and now the next section would be legal, which is on the printed version on page 74. And I will find the digital. So this is account 404-314. It's page 73 on the PDF version. I'm right behind you, Matt. I see
I'm
that
looking
once
here.
I've pulled it up, you're shaking your head like, yep, that's it.
Okay, got that.
If I can get ahead of you, I will to make it easier, but.
No, this
I'm
is all
sorry.
right.
So we have our sections for legal services. We have for our solicitorship, Township solicitor, we have budgeted 55,000 for, and the board has appointed Babs Callen. Betsy Dupuis serves as our township solicitor. We also rely on legal services through Campbell Durant for special counsel for labor relations, and they assist and and provide a great deal of support for negotiations. So we now have 2 union contracts that need negotiated. We have our police association and we have our Teamsters 764. And so we will be in negotiations to update the Teamsters contract next year because the current contract for Teamsters expires December 31st, 2024. Looks like we're having a technicality, so I'll pause here and just see if we can get our Zoom participants back. Is everything okay?
And we only have 1 hour online. Looks like that was.
Do you want to take a quick recess while we get it in order, or?
That's a good idea.
Okay, we'll just take a 5-minute recess here while we get our Zoom back up and running.
I'll do some times
Let me ask you if a
To you to let me know when we're back on. I'll call us back to order and just to confirm again, Corey, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Great, thank you.
So we'll
Keep
start back
moving
on.
along,
If
yep.
you're looking at the PDF version, we're looking at page 73. And if you're looking at the printed version, page 74. And we're discussing the services for legal. So our solicitorship through Babs Callan is provided, and what's being proposed is $55,000 for township solicitor. And we also have below it legal services for special counsel through Campbell Durant. We are in contract negotiations in 2024 for the Teamsters to revise the contract. It expires in on December 31st, 2024. So there's a proposed increase there, as we have seen an increase in use this year. So you're seeing that figure increased. And then provided below also is legal services for alternate solicitor, which is Salzman and Hughes. And provided there is, I'll refer to more of a contingency fund as needed when there is a conflict of interest for our current township solicitor. Are there any questions or comments before moving into information technology? On page 223 for the printed version. The account for this will begin with 402. And on the PDF version, it is showing up for me on page 54. Oh, well, let me just double check here.
45 for me.
I have 54.
Yeah, I think it's 54.
Okay.
So provided here, were you able to find it, Matt?
The number was 402-112, correct?
Dash 210, 402 dash 210.
Ah, 210. That explains that. Okay, office. Yep. So 402-210, thank you.
So on the PDF version, page 54, and on the printed version, 222. So provided here, beginning with 402-112, again, you have the fiscal year 2024 budgeted for full-time staff salaries. And additional item, oh, excuse me, IT. 402, well, let me just,
Yeah.
407, 252. Maintenance, that begins IT.
okay. So I need to retract what I just said. I was beginning there with finance. James, what was that?
407, 252 is information technology.
407.
Electronic equipment maintenance begins the section.
252.
There we go. Yep.
So we're starting with electronic equipment maintenance for 407, 252. Is that where everybody
Yes.
is? Okay, and on
Page 54.
my PDF is page 54.
Yep.
Again, 407, 252. Okay.
Okay. So I am looking for the printed version.
That's page 55 and 223.
Oh, there it is, thank you. All right, so yes, there we have the electronic equipment and maintenance. I just want to highlight as a, like a, kind of a parent group, and the subline items thereafter are represented with more detail, which is represented similarly to what has been here in this section. Previously in our 2023 and previous versions, there had been tables. So this is an example of where we did go in and create those sublines. If you were to find the 2023 operating budget, you'd see that this whole section is actually represented in a table. So I think there had been a question at one point, did everything migrate over? Everything that was already listed as a budget, like an individual item, line item, but if it was presented in a table, which our IT section had been, we manually carried that over. Are there any questions or comments regarding this section?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess from the
PDF version, again, when we look at the comparison between the FY 2022 actuals being 0 and the 2024 being budgeted, again, why are we seeing all zeros in the actuals?
Because it did not
In-
migrate over.
Okay.
It was, if you look at our 2023 operating budget,
Mhm.
in the previous years, it was presented as a table.
Yeah.
And so when ClearGov migrated our data over, it migrated our data over based on line items that were recognized as an individual line item. But in our previous budgets, they had been presented in tables.
Mhm.
So what we can do is we can go in and try to create a manual entry. So we can check to see if that can be created. I'll look over at our assistant manager.
To explain this a little bit in a little bit more detail, whenever we look at the accounting code, so for instance, in this case, 01, 400, 407, 252 in our accounting software, the items that you were seeing previously in a chart, there was no subline item accounted for it. So it was kind of hard to break down based on invoices and how we calculate what we were spending on each individual license, whether they bill quarterly, whether they bill monthly, whatever it is. So it all gets balled up into the 104, 473, 51. So that was the expenditure for,
And we can pull it up so you can see
Yeah.
it. So there has never been, so now that, yeah, thanks for jogging my memory there, James, because in the past, we've never reported on those previous individual sublines. What we did is we reported on what the overall, so when you add all of these subline items up for IT, it comes to, I think, 100, let me pull it up so I'm accurate here.
It's 188,812 for
Thank you.
what we're proposing for 2024. For 2022, the actuals for total spent on electronic equipment maintenance was 104,473.51. So for this year, as we're saying, moving from the chart to the subline item, what you're seeing is we're adding that as a subline item
can
that
see it
in our
next year.
accounting, we will be able to actually identify what is being spent on each particular subline item. Previously, they were just represented in the budget as a chart, but they were not accounted for that way in the accounting software. So for instance, like I'm saying, if something was billed quarterly or billed monthly, it becomes a very cumbersome, time-consuming process to identify what exactly was spent on each device. Also, for instance, when it comes to IT, some items might be recommended. So for instance, our managed service provider might recommend a certain product that we need for a firewall. And that's what we budgeted as. But when it comes down to it, we can use a different product for a better price. That doesn't quite match up whenever we look at the accounting software versus what was in the budget, and it's a very complex process to align those. So for this year, we're putting the subline items in so that we can correctly identify that if we say we're spending, let's see here, for example, on-site and off-site system backup licensing for $7,920, we can apply the accounting directly to that subline item. This wasn't possible before. So although it's more confusing in this moment, the reality is it's a lot better for,
We're tracking the
For
history, and
transparency
we've
and
never
accuracy.
tracked the history before.
Yeah.
Exactly,
And
after
so-
a few years, that
yeah,
will
I
work.
recognize the
And-
difficulty
So
and the
to me,
confusion now, but.
Right, we're going from 104 to 188, so I don't know which line item in particular
Right.
is costing, maybe it's one line item, theoretically, none of them are that much, but maybe there's one line item that costs $84,000 all of a sudden, but I can't pinpoint that
Right.
directly as something that I would want to focus on. So I kind of have to take more of a swag across these and say, does this seem reasonable, et cetera? So I don't know if any of these line items in particular have stood out to staff as something that has increased, and if we could know that, I personally, I think that would help me
Yeah.
kind of
So what
flag
I'd like to
something.
comment on is that in the past, unfortunately, we've never reported on that, but we see the need to report on
Yes.
that, which is why it's broken up the way that it is. So what I will point out, though, that I can easily identify is the Microsoft Office 365 licenses we increased, so all staff has that, is it was a vulnerability that we were able to close and mitigate by issuing a more secure email licensing, and that's one. But the bigger price here is the Springbrook Cloud
see
version.
that.
When we migrated to the Springbrook Cloud-based version, and as we roll into the PO workflow option and remove the Laserfish, so right now we are still paying for the Laserfish forms, so we're in that transition mode, whereas next year we'll be able to drop that Laserfish forms expense. So I would say that's what significantly increased. However, I also want to point out there's another one, I believe, it's ClearGov. So if you look here at
right.
ClearGov, it went from, I think, 18,000 to 30,000. But I'll also note that we were also paying for Scenario, which was a forecasting tool that the township invested in, I think, in 2019 for approximately 18,000 annually. So we dropped Scenario because it was only a forecasting tool that was used for capital improvement planning. And the ClearGov digital budget suite not only allows us to be able to provide the budget using the web-based version, but it also does have, when we have a finance director, we'll be able to use that for our capital improvement plan. Our personnel, it provides forecasting and projections. So while we're paying more for ClearGov budget builder, we're getting far more bang for our buck, if you will, and we're no longer paying that 18,000 annual expenditure for that forecasting tool. We still get the tool. So you are seeing an right there is about 30,000 if you add in the 15 for ClearGov and the 15 for, the ClearGov, and I just drew a blank. Thank you. And then, like I said, the licensing, the email licensing, and there are some minor increases here. And then there are also some savings, but you can't see it because the increases exceed the savings. But we switched to, from leasing most of our printers to owning most of our printers. That was something that was in the budget last year that we were able to do. I'll look to James to see if he recalls any other increased expenditures.
Another increased expenditure is the Esri licensing, so that was something
Great,
that
thank you.
we were sort of limping along with an a la carte licensing system. And as it became more and more useful in conjunction with some other programs that we were doing, it required a need for greater a la carte licenses. Esri offers a program that's called an enterprise agreement, and it's stepped on a 3-year system. So it starts out, the first year would be $9,000, the second year is $18,000, and the third year is $25,000. So this year I included the full amount that would be for the third year, assuming that would capture all 3 years. The first 2 years we'd be under that $25,000 limit, but that gets us out of the a la carte system and gets us access to a greater buffet of licenses and licensing options. Right now we've grown in the last couple of years from about 3 licenses to, I think we have 13 full-time users. The enterprise agreement gets us to 50. I highly doubt we would exceed 50. I think that's probably more than enough, but the way we've done it with the budgeting the last few years, I've been able to shift people here and there as they needed it or as they didn't need it, and kind of take people on and take people off. But we're seeing a trend where more people are using it more often and liking the service that it provides. So that option, the enterprise agreement, is a much better long-term solution. So that's the increase in that line item as well.
Say thank you. This discussion is invaluable, especially because we don't have the zero, the information for the zeros
Right.
previous years, so thanks. Might see that a couple more times as we go through tonight.
Yeah, and I definitely appreciate them opportunities of looking. I believe like with ClearGov, that was something that we had right in front of us that we just needed to put that small investment into, and now we're able to put together the budget through that. So any opportunities to consolidate services or consolidate those licenses, if possible, like the forecasting tool you had mentioned, I definitely appreciate and support.
And we look forward to using that when we have onboarded our finance director, because then we can actually help project in future, reviews of the budget, where we can say, if we do this, this impacts the general fund, or if we do this, this is how it'll impact. So we can have those discussions because we'll have that tool. So that was the initial idea.
And definitely encourage you with whatever licenses you have, if there's unlocked features that are available to the township that we're already paying that are included in those prices, dig into those. And anything that, like, I think you may have even realized in your own operations, you've sometimes saved a few hours or days unlocking certain things that you have available to you.
We will in future years, because we're fully staffed, yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. And then if we go to the economic development, I'm looking at the page numbers here. The printed version shows page 94.
It looks like the online PDF is 93.
Okay. Okay, it looks like, the bottom of page 94 is where account 400-463-540 begins. And provided here is an appropriation based on the board's resolution that was approved earlier this year to participate in the, to submit a grant through the Appalachian Regional Commission to create a strategic comprehensive economic development plan. I know we had in the budget an economic development coordinator, and the idea was that before we would hire for that, to fill that position, that we would take more of a methodical strategic approach and have an assessment done, understanding that Ferguson Township's quite unique and rich with really a lot of agricultural resources, rich resources that we're trying to now bring in, as we think about economic development, growth, and innovation, trying to merge that, what we see as, where we have a lot of premium land and a premium rich history in Ward 1 and really, marry that with Ward 2 and Ward 3. And so as we're thinking about what does economic development look like, having a strategic plan before we bring a coordinator in to kind of try and approach that, instead of it being approached with these, I'm sure what would be great ideas, but not so much maybe a strategic approach. And so the idea is to have, 1 to 2 big forums, where we're having all residents from Ward 1, Ward 2, and Ward 3, but also have some focus groups with residents in Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, and so really getting an assessment, not just with participation from residents, but also business owners, and really trying to map out what a strategic approach to economic development would look like. We submitted for a grant and we have not heard back, and we would propose only advancing this item forward if we were able to receive grant funding.
Discussion on that.
Yeah, so I had flagged, it was, let's see here, the Comprehensive Strategic Economic Development Plan, because I wasn't quite sure until the explanation just now, potentially. I saw that as aligning to what CBICC was doing with their economic development plan, and I wasn't sure how it was aligned with this, because this seems it seems separate, but it also seems like that's an opportunity for us to not spend in this space.
I've met with the new economic development coordinator, and so he of course shared that he thinks this is a great advancement on behalf of Ferguson Township. Ferguson Township used to participate in the CBICC economic development. I don't know if it was a committee. I think it was a committee plus there was a contribution that was made. And so when we took a step back, it was my understanding that and we didn't participate at that same level, we were going to focus more and take more of a holistic approach to our economic development in Ferguson Township. And so in taking that approach, which you may recall, there was a resolution passed by the board to support the, I can't think of center markets. Thank you, to support bringing center markets into Pine Grove Mills, and so the board had prioritized doing more, kind of grassroots, supporting more grassroots initiatives here in Ferguson Township. And so while that was a great, way to support economic development, there are these other things that are happening, along West College corridor, and so really kind of taking a step back and saying, okay, before we fill this position, before we do too much, it's understanding that there are a lot of opportunities, but how do we do this in a way that's, strategic, methodical, informed by the public, the businesses, and more of a participatory process. So the board had approved a resolution to submit for a grant to participate in this program, and if awarded funds, we would engage the services of a consultant to really assist us in advancing that process forward.
And I can take it back to, that was such a good explanation of the history, and I think just to add to it, at the time, I guess over the past few years, maybe before the new director at CBICC was in place, the focus really had been on the I-80 and 99 corridors, the Keystone Opportunity Zones. There really wasn't a focus on, areas like ours that are kind of, diverse. We have different features that we could look into. So that was kind of the idea, is to, if we're going to invest the resources, to do it here locally. So that being said, that's just a little bit of history on why we're here, where we're at. So the grant submitted, was that Is that what this number is based on, the 125?
Yes.
Okay.
So the grant would provide 50% match, and that's why, so there's 125 with the anticipation of a 50% match, which the township would then have $75,000 to put forth. But the way that the grant was written would suggest a great deal of public participation. So we're engaging businesses, we're engaging and reviewing policies, understanding that there's even opportunity, and we hear from your constituents that there's an opportunity to consider even what diverse revenue, like diversification of revenue looks like, right? And so as we're thinking about economic development, it's more than agritourism. It's more about trying to recruit businesses. It's supporting existing businesses, and it's even thinking about how we're strategically bringing in development that supports a wide range of economic development, and even just starting with what does economic development mean to Ferguson Township?
Yeah.
Understanding that development, growth, and innovation is also part of that.
So should we change this number to just what the match requires?
I believe there is a contra account. If you look down, I'm gonna look. So if you look down to grant/operation regional commission, it shows a negative 75,000, and that's to
Gotcha.
offset with the anticipation that we'd get a grant to offset the 125,000 expenditure.
And so you don't need a motion from us to say proceed only if grant is
No, what's here is
awarded. Okay.
proposed as we would move forward, unless if you change through a motion.
Thank you. Okay, Matt, go
Okay.
ahead, please.
Yeah, so the 125 then for the comprehensive strategic economic development plan, that number is what is needed for the grant, or?
No, that is what
Something.
would be needed to engage the services of a consultant to assist with taking the lead and facilitating much of this work. So, it would outline all of the expectations that the township anticipates, and then putting that plan together and bringing it to the board.
So we net out at 50. Yes.
Oh.
So maybe we note that up here, just so that we tie the ARC grant to the strategic and economic development plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was even thinking if it was for the consultant, just adding consultant to, for comprehensive strategic economic
Plan
development plan.
consultant.
Yeah.
And then in parentheses, associated with ARC grant or something,
Right, because-
Appalachian Regional
Yeah.
Commission.
Yeah, I just don't associate comprehensive strategic economic development plan with consultant. But if we
Yeah.
maybe just spelled that out, so
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's the person who's gonna do this if we
Yeah.
get the grant.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, that makes
That,
sense.
now I guess I'm more inclined to be okay. Thank you.
And I apologize, it looks like I skipped one too, the economic development contribution, where am I? Oh, that's the major, all right. So then there's the DCED Strategic Management Planning Program. So we have an allocation of 75,000, but there's also a contra account there too. So to your point, I believe, Matt, maybe even being a little bit more specific. So if you see the contra account, there should be a contra account here. Maybe there's not. So we submitted, so for the DCED Strategic Management Planning Program, there is a program that the Township Board of Supervisors approved a resolution for the township's participation in the strategic planning, or the Strategic Management Planning Program. And that would bring DCED in to review all of our last 3 to 5 year budgets, our SOPs, our policies, just to get an assessment of how the township's management of operations have been, and then assist with putting a multi-year plan together to help, identify areas that the township could improve, with an emphasis on the finance side of things, but also just taking a look to see if SOPs are lining up with investments that the township's making as well. So it's a program that, I think would be really valuable for the township moving forward. But we submitted for a grant for that, and we're still waiting to hear back, which would be a 50% match.
So we need to include that.
In here, and that would be, so.
It would be for 50% off, so about, or 50% off, 50% match, so it would be about 30.
Yeah,
35
okay. So, and then that wouldn't be implemented unless we got the grant, and you don't need any motion from us on that. because you'll include that,
we'll
that
just add that.
deduction, okay. Okay, so that's DCED, okay.
Thank you.
Also included in this section is the Township Economic Development Initiatives for an amount of $25,000. The resolution that the board also passed for Center Markets is that there would be a contribution of $20,000 in 2023 operating budget, but also in 2024 another $20,000 provided to Center Markets. So in this particular subline item, it's $25,000 with a remaining of $5,000 to support other additional economic development that may present itself. There would be allocation of funds
And as we
available.
move forward, we can add these things to the notes too, so, as we,
And I believe that one came with contingencies,
It
so
did, it
it's
did.
not necessarily meaning we're gonna expend that
Good.
funds.
Right, that was matching their grant.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And then the last item there is just the appropriation of $3,000 towards the Pine Grove Mills Farmers Market. Okay. All right, and so that wraps up the administration section. And still within general fund, then we'll refer to Ms. Jenna Wargo, Director of Planning and Zoning, for the Planning and Zoning section.
okay, before we get to that,
I do want to, I'll take public comment just before we move on to that section, just to, because that was a lot. And then I wanted to ask about the economic development planner, coordinator position. So there are.
That would be in planning and zoning.
Okay, so we'll cover those, we'll cover that in, under planning, okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and take public comment now, just at this time, in case there's anything on, those first 5 items. Yep, come on up to the podium.
Good evening, Mark Kunkel, Ferguson Township resident. First, I'll compliment staff just for the fact of being able to get a budget out. I know that they're having some trying times with staffing in the finance department, and so I know how difficult that can be, so I appreciate their efforts. So I'm going to try and follow along with what the process you've been using here. And so in administration, I'd like to refer to page 68, if I can. And the question really is with regard to this Delta Development Consulting. We're talking about spending $45,000 to hopefully acquire some grants. In the past, this has been done by township staff, so I got a real question about why we're spending an additional $45,000 for Delta Development Consulting to attempt to acquire grants, and then with every grant, there's a tail to it. So you need to know what it's going to cost you in the future once you get the grant and achieve the goal that you're hoping to. Same with page 69. You have some, I think a human resource director. I don't know that position has been filled yet. But for me professionally, I think that, having less than 70 employees and having 2 people in HR, that seems pretty excessive. Whether or not you need an $80,000 position to manage 60-some employees is quite a bit. And I think the board ought to really take a look at that. These are all costs that have ongoing, long, not just the $80,000 in salary, but then you've got pensions and benefits and et cetera. And so you might as well be looking at $160,000 for that position. And I think you're also talking about doing some onboarding with that position. So understand the union situations, et cetera, and those don't necessarily need an HR director to really be able to manage personnel. I noted in the budget on page 72 that you're currently going to be paying for the first 2 quarters $45,000 for a resource for a new finance director. I think that's probably this government financial solutions consultant that you're using currently to manage the finance department. There's also an additional $25,000 there, so you know we're up to $70,000 in the first two quarters of 2024 for that, just at the finance department. I'd also note that your audit fees are up 25% to $40,000. You probably won't have to have a single audit in this upcoming year because you probably won't have federal funds, similar to what you had with the American Rescue Plan. So I think I'd be going back to Baker Tilly and asking them to sharpen their pencil on that one a little bit. As for legal services, again, when you start to look at this, your solicitor services are up 100% since 2022. $55,000 for your township solicitor. That doesn't include special counsel for conflicts of interest that may arise. And then you're looking at another $65,000 to negotiate a contract with the non-uniform, or I should say the non-uniform employees, your ASME employees. You know, I'd be back to looking at your legal counsel and asking them, special legal counsel, Campbell Durant, what they can do to sharpen their pencil on that and how many hours they're really going to need to update this contract. Quick question with regard to page 54. There's a line item called Telecommunications Platform for Office. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Can somebody describe that?
Telecommunications platform is what we initially had and mentioned in previous budgets as InfraDapt. So it's our phone system.
Okay. And so since you've updated the phone system, you're still going to have that expense?
We'll always have to pay our monthly and annual expenditures. And it was identified as one of our high priorities and also vulnerable assets that we had. And so that level of security has been closed. And
Okay,
there's still an annual expenditure.
The last question with regard to IT and the ClearGov budget builder. Just a quick question, if you had evaluated the Springbrook budget module that was part of the Springbrook ERP, and whether or not that had any value and could have integrated pretty smoothly into your financial package.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I'm wondering whether or not staff had evaluated the Springbrook budget module and whether or not that might have been a software that could have been integrated into your ERP, into your Springbrook financial package.
The ClearGov?
No, Springbrook. Springbrook has a budget module
Right.
that looks very similar to ClearGov.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, was that evaluated?
So when we engaged GovHR to conduct the organizational assessment in 2022, they prioritized 2 areas based on need after conducting a preliminary screening. And they focused in on our human resource area and function of the township, as well as our finance department. And they had done, and then they dove in and did a great deal of interviews with staff. They did surveys, and then they also looked at some of our processes. We don't have standard operating procedures in place, and so in part, in response to some of your comments earlier regarding human resource, there's an identified need and recommendation that went to the board in an organizational assessment report from GovHR that highlighted that item that you just mentioned in regard to the finance. So yes, there was a screening done at the time. A gentleman came and sat down with our former finance director 2 times ago, and they had done an evaluation of 3 ERPs, and they identified that, you know, expanding to the cloud-based version for Springbrook would be good. But then also using ClearGov was identified, I believe, because there had already been an investment in ClearGov, I think in 2021. And so the township had actually already purchased the digital budget book in 2021, but didn't actually roll it out. And so really what we did is we expanded our investment in ClearGov to utilize and represent what you see now. But unfortunately, I can't explain why we didn't fully utilize. Mr. Program, it looks like he has something.
It is interoperable, so I can export from ClearGov and bring that into the module, the budget module for Springbrook. But I think the benefit to ClearGov is that we're able to put the budget together seamlessly, but it will import into Springbrook directly.
So to answer your question, Mr. Kunkel, though, the evaluations and assessments, Mark, thank you. They were done, and they were done by a third party through an organizational assessment in 2022.
Okay. That's it for now.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we can move to planning and zoning.
Things over here. Okay. All right, so planning and zoning page that I have is 262. And within planning and zoning, we have zoning officer, the ordinance enforcement officer, community planner, our administrative assistant, and then the community and economic development planner. And so moving on to 264, we're looking at Fund 414-1112. The differences between last year and this year, all of our salaries are kind of lumped in together, so it does look like a huge jump, but everyone is in there. However, it may be something that we look at further, James. The community and economic development planner isn't in the notes, so I don't know if that's included or not.
It is.
I'll just note that we're on page
264 and the other
So
one,
for the PDF,
Bottom of 49,
bottom of 49.
or, I'm sorry, where, hold on.
Yep, 49, kind of mid-page.
All right, page 49.
gotcha, okay, middle of the page 49 in the original PDF.
All right. So all of our salaries have been lumped together. We do not have any part-time included in our budget for 2024. The uniform equipment purchases, that was, as most board members will remember, as uniforms last year. So that is the OEO budget, $1,000 for the uniform for 2024.
the ordinance enforcement.
Ordinance enforcement officer, OEO. Gotta love planners. We love our acronyms. So then we get into office supplies. We're looking at $2,000 this year. We've gone over a couple times after a few mailings, and surprisingly a lot of land development plan folders. We're getting a lot more work coming in. So we've upped that, but if you'll notice, last year uniform was $1,500 for the OEO. We just kind of switched out $500. The one thing to note, the mechanic small tools, that is supposed to be general expenses, but that's more miscellaneous expenses that aren't classified in other categories at $500. No change from last year.
So I think, are those on different pages in your?
They are on different
Okay.
pages in PDF, they're all over the place.
So let's go
yeah.
back, okay, I didn't realize I was following, okay, so let's go back, so,
Let's go back to first salaries and wages. Again, we were on page 50. Comments on that. I want to flag the community economic development planner. I'm thinking we might want to hold off on that until that strategic plan is done. So I'll flag that one, and then we'll look for the PDF page number for uniform office supplies and mechanic small tools.
Yeah, it looks like page 63. Yes,
Yes,
bottom of 63.
Okay, so we are at,
office supplies.
so office supplies, and this is on the original PDF, page 63, account 414210.
Alright, so 2,000, that is up by 500 from last year. Again, we just swapped out 500 from the ordinance enforcement officer budget, moved that over into office supplies. The reason why we had the ordinance enforcement officer budget at a higher rate was due to the fact that she was new hire and she needed full equipment for that. Alright, so the mechanic small tools, that is supposed to be general expense, if you are comparing it to last year's budget. And that is just miscellaneous expenses not classified in other categories. So we'll use that if we run into any issues. Usually that's where we dip into if we go over in office supplies. Last minute mailings, we didn't anticipate or anything like that. So 414-252, I'm at the top of 260, page 265.
Okay, yep, and this is still on page 63 in the PDF.
Okay, so that is no change from last year. This is representing the planning and zoning department equipment calibration, our equipment for the ordinance enforcement officer out in the field, that type of work. And the zoning officer, we are slowly getting him on the electronic bandwagon. We'll see how it goes. Let's see, moving. Yes.
Implementation, that's great.
Yes. What we are running into is that not every part of the township has service, so we are limited, and so we're trying to work with Tracer on Survey 123. Thankfully, they've already rolled that out with code for inspections, because they have to do inspections all over the region that may or may
Right.
not have the connection, so fortunately, they've done it before, so it won't be a huge lift for us. And then 414-310, professional services, we're looking at 13,000, there should be 660, there shouldn't be a change. And that is for zoning hearing board, solicitor, the stenographer, and professional expert testimony.
And I'm seeing this on page 84 in the PDF under professional services.
And I think I'd like to flag this one, I'm just, you know, from what we've spent in the past and.
So it's actually, let's see if the math is in here. So what we do for this one, we take, essentially we assume that we will have one zoning hearing board meeting a month, because potentially that's what we could have. In some instances, we won't have a zoning hearing board for that month, and then the next month we could have one regular meeting and 2 special ones that we saw this year as well. So this is constantly in flux depending on the applications that we receive for appeals or variances. So what I've done on my end is to ensure that we are covered for the minimum of one meeting a month for zoning hearing board with the additional stenographer if the applicant has requested that they would like a stenographer to appear, because they are a quasi-judicial board, and we would need that write-up from that meeting in case there were to be an appeal going up to the higher courts.
Would those professional services include time if something was to go to the courts?
Typically, no. This would be just for the stenographer for the zoning hearing board meeting, the decision, and then the zoning hearing board, they have their own solicitor for
Right.
them that attends those meetings. So that is included in there, as well as the expert testimony. So we'll see a lot of floodplain variance requests, or in a lot of cases, the board will opt to send the township solicitor to these meetings to defend our ordinances. So
Okay.
it can be a wide range, but typically for this budget item, it is specifically for the zoning hearing board and their role at the township. Any other questions? Okay. I've got 414320. This is communications. So this is the community planner, zoning officer, our ordinance enforcement officer, and my cell phone stipends. No change from the prior year. Transportation, we allot $200. That is no change from 2023. And that's just reimbursement for vehicle mileage and meeting parking. If we ever have to do meetings downtown, I have to pay for parking, and or for the planning, local planning meetings, sometimes we will take personal cars if it is easier for staff in those instances. So we keep 200 in there. 414340, advertising, printing, and scanning. So that is no change from 2023. And this account covers all the legal advertising for the Planning Commission, Pine Grove Middle Small Area Plan Committee, the Zoning Hearing Board meetings, and the advertisement of conditional uses, rezonings, variances, any rescheduling of meetings as necessary, public hearings, advertising funds for pretty much all the township ordinance amendments that you'll see the planning and zoning department do. And that is no change from 2023. I don't want to lose my spot. I'm moving. Let's see here. Now next, we are on, where'd it go? And then 414420. So now we're getting into the dues, subscriptions, and memberships. So this is going down from 2023. The board may recall that the National Planning Association meeting was held in Philly this year. So I heavily pushed to have the community planner attend that meeting because it was in Philadelphia and it was cheaper for her to get there and get that national context that that position normally does not get. So this has gone down from 2023 to 14,225. This includes miscellaneous seminars for Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board. So I have a membership with PSATs and the borough. I should forget the name of it. But essentially it gives us free training for the entire township and any ABCs that we have. We also sign up for the Penn State Ag Extension webinars. So that is something that we do share with the Planning Commission. They get to attend once a month, those webinars, just to learn more about what's going on in the planning realm. It includes the miscellaneous webinars for staff as well. Then we have our 2024 National Floodplain Management Conference. So the zoning officer, he is our floodplain designated enforcer, I would say, for the township. So this year it is in New Orleans, I believe. So that is $2,700. What we're finding with these trips, I will add in, depending on where they're located, we run into that issue. I think I had a national planning conference in San Diego, and it was really tight. Vice versa, you'll see that the national planning conference for me is in Minnesota, so that will be less than what the zoning officer may need in New Orleans for that. So I'm trying to take into context where we're going, what it could potentially be costing in hotels and whatnot, recognizing even registration for the National Planning Conference to go is $800, and that's just to register. So they are significant. They are required in order for us to maintain our certifications. So you'll see Zoning Officers Floodplain Conference in New Orleans, our miscellaneous publication. Again, these are just more opportunities that come across either through Penn State Extension or publications that we may get through our National Planning Association, etc. We do our best to share out those publications and opportunities with our ABCs wherever they are pertinent. We have a subscription to Zoning Practice. Again, that's kind of just keeping us up to date on national planning and zoning issues that we're running into. The National American Planning Association, our conference is in Minnesota, as I mentioned as well. And then we have dues for the Planning Association. So that is for myself and the community planner at $300. There's no change to that. Subscription to Zoning Bulletin. This is actually a very important piece of work. I remember when I first got here and I saw the price of that. It has not gone up in all the years I've been here, but it actually is very helpful for Jeff doing his job. We get a national sort of context in what's going on in the nation with zoning, whether it's short-term rentals, variances, appeals that we may see. And I think we were actually in one of them for our food truck ordinance. So we're a little bit famous on that one. And then we have our membership for the American Planning Association. So this is director and community planner again. So we also have dues for the Pennsylvania one, and then we have dues for the national one. So those are the differences there. And that is me and the community planner lumped together. We subscribe to the Journal of American Planning Association. That's $50 again. This is the membership to the American Planning Association. So this is I'm going backwards, sorry. I'm on AICP. The dues for the American Institution of Certified Planners. So this is for my AICP to maintain those, my credentials for that. That is no change from 2023. We have dues for the Pennsylvania Safety Association. So that's the CPSA, that's for the zoning officer. He's also our safety officer and our floodplain officer. He's very busy. That's no change from 2023 as well. We do have our zoning officer. He attends the PA Governor's Safety Conference. So we do receive a grant of sorts from Penn Prime for him to attend this. So that is only at $500 for that trip. He just returned from that today, and he does not believe it will be in Hershey next year, so it may even go down. They said it was too expensive to keep it in Hershey, so I would expect less. And then the APAPA, so this is the American Planning Association Conference for the Pennsylvania State Chapter. So I believe in 2024 we're going to Erie, so that is for the community planner and myself to attend. And then we have in here planning commission training. So depending on if we get new planning commissioners, what have you, we like to get them involved in these trainings in advance with either PSATs or whoever may be offering that, just so they understand what's going on and their role in the township. And then the new request, which is a change from 23, is the Planetism AICP exam prep. So our community planner, she has met the required amount of years of working experience in order to sit for the AICP exam. And that is something that she would like to pursue further. And that would be the training for that. It's good for a year. It's what I utilized when I was studying for mine 5 years ago. I just dated myself. You laugh at me, Ron. And that's really it for my staff. We have COG in here as well, planning agency, transportation and whatnot. But that is it for planning and zoning for Ferguson Township.
All right, questions? Go ahead, Matt.
I guess the one that, sticks out to me is that the COG, going from $46,000 to $82,000, and just trying to understand why that is.
That's separate. Yeah. Part of the regional conversation, I apologize for the confusion. That's account, well, yeah.
Last year it was account.
It shows 72,000. And it's part of our regional programming to COG. So I see it's so easy to blend the lines here, right? Because we go from 414 to 420, 414, 420 to 414, 530.
Yeah.
So we could talk about that, but I just want to acknowledge it's a regional program, so we don't confuse that with the local planning services that Jenna just reviewed.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I heard that the COG one was what we were just discussing now.
That's the end of my department stuff. It flows into COG, which is a separate thing from me.
So when she said COG, it's like, oh, stop.
I can answer your
Got it.
question really
Okay,
quickly.
cool. Yeah.
It's
I
just,
said those.
there was a credit in 2022 because they didn't
Oh.
fill a position.
It's, or not a credit, but it came in under budget because they didn't fill a position. And so it's gone up this year though.
Okay,
It'll
compared to
probably end
last
up at 84. It says 82 there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions on that? Not seeing anything. Okay, we have natural resource conservation. Is there something?
But admin always saves me.
So yes, that's on page 94. And so on the printed version of the document, it's on page 94, and we're looking at account 400, 461, 540. That on the PDF version is on page 93.
Perfect, thank you.
And so there's just the two line, well, I guess there's four line items, the Spring Creek watershed. You may recall when Mr. Kevin Abbey was here discussing the request for a contribution that you may see in 2023, the township budgeted for approximately $1,900. The proposed increase would go to $2,852 in support to the request that came from the commission and discussed by the board at a previous meeting. Also included is the Spring Creek monitoring, which maintains I think since I've been here with the township, we've contributed $4,840 in support of the Spring Creek monitoring. And then the land and housing program, the Center County Housing and Land Trust, the township has contributed $5,000 per the agreement that we have with the Center County Housing and Land Trust. And then that would conclude the natural resources conservation section.
All right, questions on that section? Nothing from Jen?
No, but it is funny how the whole thing kind of comes full circle when we then look at the next line item, which is the things we just talked about in the economic development, so, okay. Interesting.
Right, so the DCD charts,
Yep.
Yeah.
it categorizes these things under the community development
Yeah.
section. However, we've always
We
looked
look
at
at-
it separate and in a different way. I'm not sure why, but I'm just acknowledging more than ever the difference here. Because ClearGov will manually put all of our account line items per DCD chart of accounts.
Yep. And as we adapt to this, you know, likely
Yeah.
we'd see changes in the order of our agenda too, maybe, I think. All right, let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment on planning and zoning, natural resources, conservation, before we move on to the next section. I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing any comment for this, so unless anyone needs a recess, we'll keep moving on for right now. We'll go for a little bit longer. Okay, so up next we have Public Works with Ron Seibert.
Okay, buckle in. So disclosure, right, I'm not the department head, I just work for him, but he's not here, so I'm substituting, so I may not have every answer for you, but we'll do the best we can. So before we go through the different items in the agenda there, just real quick, high-level stuff. Staffing level-wise within the whole Public Works Department is pretty much consistent from 23 to 24. What you will see added are seasonal workers or part-time workers adding in for landscaping. And so we're up to 4 now instead of 3 for landscape helpers. And then in the engineering side of it, part-time people for the summer, normally they're college students, so we can bring in to help do some data collection on assets as well as inspection on capital projects. That's something we haven't leveraged recently, but it is a big help to the department. So you'll see time in there for that one as well. So just kind of big picture on that. And then the other thing that you'll see new and we'll, it's highlighted in the narrative section, but maybe don't have that, is the desire to work in the Public Works Department to go through an accreditation process through the American Public Works Association. That would be a 2-year process to really go through that. So you'll see funds in there for that and to start that in 24. So hopefully once we start, there'll be a commitment to complete in 2025. And really the big goal for that is not just to have the accreditation, it's more so it's gonna force us to do a better job of documenting our processes and what we do and why we do it. And that's really gonna help us as we start to see some senior people in the department retire, perhaps. To have those procedures outlined and documented for people that would come in to fill those positions. So with that, just kind of real quick, we'll go ahead and follow kind of the outline that's here. So I'm looking then at salaries and wages, which would be page 46.
And I have on the printed version.
Yep.
The PDF version is page 111.
Yep. So we really roll, I think, down onto page 47 is where we really start with 400, 408, 112. And again, like you've seen before, where all those wages from different categories have been lumped together and brought into that one, so that 176,000 to 492,000 is not bonuses, it's all those positions now rolled into one line item. The second item there for salaries and wages part-time, that's a 0, and that's the one where is an error. I think we noted that in the errors and omissions. That should be 35,880, and that's for the part-time people to help out with asset collection and inspection for engineering section. And let's see. Oh, the other thing I want to say is that if I take as much time as Jenna did to read every item, we're going to be here till breakfast. So I'm going to kind of hit the highlights as we go through, So if I miss something that's important to you with a description or what it's for, please just stop me, okay? So that's salaries and wages, and then we're gonna jump down into, different accounting codes, so it goes to page 75.
So just to finish up with salary.
Are there any
Sure.
questions on salaries and wages? I guess my question would be about 409-112. Well, maybe I shouldn't, because we're comparing probably different categories of numbers here. Okay.
Yeah, that's, actually, we'll get to that as well, because that's under government buildings,
Okay.
but yeah.
Yeah, I guess for me, my question was on 408-115 relating to the part-time going from 18,000 to 33,000 was noted. I was just, again, curious about the increase.
What line item?
It was 408-115. I believe there was.
That's the part-time,
Right.
so the errors and omissions slide that I presented earlier that said that this was $0, that the proposed, request is actually approximately $35,000 for 4 part-time, temporary, seasonal, employees, and I'll look to Ron to elaborate on what I believe it's for the
Yeah, so
arborists.
these are the ones that would be helping out in the engineering section for
Engineering.
data collection, asset management stuff, which we don't have somebody really set aside to do that in the field. Instead of bringing on a full-time person, we're looking to hire part-time students to do that type of work for us. So there's 3 people that would be full-time in the summer, and then one of those people, we usually like to look for a shining star that has available time in their class schedule that would work part-time during the fall and spring semester. So there's 3 that would be full-time for the summer months, and then 1 person that would also be available up to like 10 hours a week. Sometimes we don't get shining stars and we don't do that, but in the past we've been really, really fortunate. We have someone that's just really, really good, and it works out really well for us to be able to continue to have that in-house through the winter months and into the spring. So that's what that's for. We haven't had that in the past, Matt, so that's
Okay.
new. Now, years ago, we used to do it all the time.
I see, but it sounds like we've also been able to identify shining stars with the $18,000 that we've had, instead of it being 35,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the 18,000 number is you're referring
Oh,
to.
just the adopted last year.
It was the projected for 2023, and it's based on the projects that are in the budget. So for example, the alternative would be to get a consultant to provide some of the assistance with engineering. And what's being proposed is also to complement the work that's being proposed in this budget, which aligns with the plans and policy and resolution that's been adopted as part of, even included in the 2017 strategic plan. But I'll look to Ron to elaborate more on specifically what the expectation is for those 4 engineers that would be considered part-time.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with Matt with the 18,000. The document I'm looking at doesn't show that. So I don't see a 20, it's my 2023 budgeted is 0.
So if you look at pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah, our printed copy has 18 for the 18,240 for the,
I don't know where
It's
that
either-
number came from,
I
because
think
we
it's
haven't
the-
had
but
part-time
it's
college
blank,
students
sorry,
in
it's
the
blank
engineering
for
sections
projected.
for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where some of this confusion is coming
Yeah.
in, because I see, an increase of that, and I understand, of course, that these are new positions.
Yeah, so it's
to
definitely an
support
increase,
projects.
because it's something we haven't been doing in the past. So we want to bring these.
So why don't we
part-time
flag
people.
these?
We can
Yeah,
flag
just for
it.
clarity.
Yep,
It was,
absolutely.
Ron, it was budgeted in 2023, but we never
Okay.
ended up hiring those part-timers
Okay.
this year.
All right.
Okay, so we're still on page
46 of the original PDF.
Yeah, so that's all I had for salaries and wages for the engineering section. And then we're gonna jump up to page 75 in that document. And then you'll see an item that's called engineering projects in about the middle of that page. for the other document. I don't know what page number that would be, sorry.
It's
But it's
70
account number
74.
408313.
Okay, page 74 of the PDF.
So for this one, you'll see $10,000 proposed there for this account. And we're right now having a hard time finding a person to replace our engineering technician who has had survey capabilities that would do surveying for our projects. So we're budgeting $10,000 to be able to hire a consultant to come in to do surveying for the projects that we need to prepare. So that's the difference for that one. If we would be successful in hiring a person, then we wouldn't need those funds. We would be doing it in-house. We've not been successful yet. Continuing on, engineering specialties, no change in that. That's just as needed. If we need some specific professional consultant that we don't have the expertise in-house. Communications, really no big change in that account either. And then you'll see listed all of the different things underneath it. So again, just so there's no confusion, it says communications, 408-320, $4,000, and then underneath that, it's the same account. It just lists out all the different categories that are underneath communications. Transportation, really no change there. Advertising and printing, down quite a bit from what was adopted in 2023, and I honestly do not know why. So there's one of those situations that if Dave were here, he could tell you right off the top of his head. Scanning down through dues, subscriptions, and memberships, slightly down from last year. And again, it goes through and lists out all the different associations or conferences for the different people that are in the public works and engineering section. Under education, again, there's no one looking for tuition reimbursement. And I think that's all for the 408 that I wanted to touch base on there on pages 75, 76, and 77. Any questions about those? Because again, I went through those pretty quick. Even questions of like, what is this account really for?
I guess back to what we saw earlier, we're going from, $4,000 to $16,000, and I'm wondering which one of these line items has, maybe the most significant increases, or which ones have the most significant increases that we could maybe dive into a bit.
It was under dues,
Under dues,
subscriptions,
yeah.
and memberships.
408-420.
408-420, okay. So yeah, I show, if my numbers are right, 2023 was 18,175 budget, and 2024 16,575. Is that correct?
It is.
So it's a bit of a reduction from last year, and so we can just walk down through all the different categories then, Matt, is that what you'd like to do?
I think in 2022 was 4,000
Actual, so I guess that was the question.
The fiscal year 2022 actuals were actually down at 4,383.
Don't have an answer for you.
The only thing that I can propose as consideration for this is we are coming out of COVID, and I know that the director of that department had some reservations about staff participating in conferences that were away. So travel had been at a township level, policy had restricted some travel, and then department heads also had the option to approve travel requests. So I will just acknowledge that travel, including traveling for, dues for conferences, et cetera, would have been minimal in 2021 and 2022. And then I'll just acknowledge the line item previously, and I know that it went in the opposite direction, so we're generally less concerned when we see a reduction, but the board may recall, and for those that were appointed recently, there was discussion in 2022 for the adoption of 2023 budget for a laserfish scanning project. So Public Works had requested appropriations to digitize some of their plan reviews so they could be accessible from a remote location if needed. So there's just a carryover for, a small amount of carryover, but still significantly less than the overall appropriations needed for the project to digitize all of the plans in Public Works.
Yeah, and I think that's accurate. I think it was a lack of travel under there because there was, that's kind of across the board.
I don't think any of the professional organizations or typical conferences have changed so much from 24 to 23 to 22. So, and that, honestly, I don't know
Okay.
more than that. So, sorry.
Okay, other questions? Not seeing any.
Is there any questions on any of the associations or conferences that are listed there under that category that I can answer?
Actually, if I may, the APWA National Conference, is that to maintain a certification or just curious?
No, not necessarily a certification. That's just to keep abreast of current trends and policies, what's going on in Public Works. So the Public Works Director and one other person are budgeted to go to that conference. It's not always the same other person that goes with him, and they haven't always gone every year either. Sometimes only one person can go instead of both of them.
Okay.
And it bounces around from city to city around the country from year to year, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Similar to ITE, there's a national conference for ITE. That's in there for me to go every year. I haven't gone to national for a few years, but it's in there for next year as well, and since it's in Philly, I'll probably drive down.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, because knowing that
Yeah.
that's 6,400 for two.
Correct.
Thank you.
But I
Yep.
still think it's probably at the high end of what that's
Yes,
gonna be
yeah.
for two. Like,
Okay.
it's far expensive cities that
Yeah,
probably
it
carry max.
varies
of-
from year to year. I don't know
Yeah.
that Dave adjusts it based upon, I think he just keeps the number the same and what the actual expenses are, they are.
Right.
It sounds like from Jenna's experience with conferences, it might be good to maybe throw some extra dollars in there, because since travel demand is getting high again, if you need like airfare or rental, you might be a little bit taken back by the cost.
That's why I think that probably would cover any,
Yeah,
anything that's higher than expected.
Dave's done a pretty good job of managing within this. If we start to go over in one place, we just won't do something else. So.
Right, okay. Okay, I don't see any other questions on that section.
Okay. So then I'm gonna jump down to, general government buildings. So this is now section, should be 409.
Page 232 on the printed version and page 45 on the PDF online version.
Okay. So again, we see kind of a big change in the salaries for people in the buildings, 409. But again, it's just that rolling up all those salaries going into one row as opposed to being broken out separately. Again, there's no changes in staffing in that section either. So you'll see it's 169,743. So that covers the buildings and asset superintendent and 2 full-time custodians. Yeah, just kind of walking down through, let's see, that's supplies then. Well, for buildings, we're gonna jump to page 235. And so, starting at the top of page 235.
Are you in 408-252?
409,220. Yeah, so now we're in the operating supplies for buildings and grounds.
So that's page 58 on the PDF.
Okay. So for operating supplies, you'll see from 23 to 24, there's an increase of $2,500 there. And the big difference there is the desire to purchase a washer and dryer to clean our own microfiber cleaning towels. Currently, that's being done by an employee that takes them home with him and does them. So to get away from that practice, we're looking at purchasing a washer dryer, having it in the shop, so they would do that while they're here on site to clean those. If we don't do that, then the other option would be to hire basically a cleaning service to do that for us. So we see the capital investment to buy that, and then that'd just be part of their routine and to clean those cleaning towels as they're here. No real change to cleaning supplies or personal protective equipment. Then in repair and maintenance, let me get over this other document, help me see. So under repair and maintenance, you'll see that's gone up a bit. There's a list of items underneath that. Towards the bottom of that list are some new contracts that are proposed for repair and maintenance that we have not had in the past. One is related to the overhead doors, so the overhead door inspections and minor maintenance repairs that they would see and take care of. That's $2,400. Another one is the new car wash equipment, the Westmatic car wash equipment. So that would be a new contract for preventative maintenance for that one. So that totals $3,851. There's also the HVAC controls, next gen automated system, and that's something also we haven't had in the past. So that's 4 visits per year plus training and 24-hour a day support, and that's $8,000. So that's a pretty pricey one. And then the last one is there's a sediment pit by the vehicle wash area that we should be cleaning out. So we have that as a contracted service now twice a year, $750 each time to get that sediment pit pumped out. And that really keeps us in compliance with our MS4 permit. So those are some of the new things that have not been there in the past that they wanted me to highlight for you.
Questions on that? So the next gen building controls services, can you just tell us about what that is as much as you know?
There you have it. Sorry, I have no knowledge of it.
So I'm thinking that it relates to
I don't know.
the controls that are in the new building.
It has to do with HVAC, the rooftop units, I know that, but exactly what they would be doing with the systems, I don't know. It's probably more because we're getting more sophisticated with our systems for managing heat and air, but I wish I could speak to it intelligently. I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like whatever maintenance is required, especially with the new public works building controls, but did you have a comment?
Need to get more of an expert opinion on this, but almost it even sounds like maybe something that might be overlapping with IT services, considering that a lot of building systems are getting more electronic and technologically advanced in nature.
So our HVAC, the agreement that we have is because we've had increased calls for service, and we've been paying that hourly rate, and so it's my understanding, I should say this, it's my understanding when we were doing budget review, when when the Director of Public Works requested for this appropriation, it was acknowledging that we were getting we were needing to make increased calls for service. And board members that have ever been in this room where it's gone from 88 degrees to 55 degrees, you've experienced an example of those increased calls. And so we're on an agreement, we have a service plan, and it is in direct response. And of course, I use this room as an example, but there are other rooms. In fact, the administration department, we have airflow issues quite frequently, and having to go up on the rooftop and trying to regulate that it has been more times than I can count. And so we are now on a service agreement plan with that vendor.
Okay.
Speaking of HVAC, that does kind of seem like the trend that a lot of those service providers are going, just pushing more agreements than, instead of these just one-offs, where you are paying that hourly rate.
Right, and that's what it was sounding like to me.
Yeah.
Okay, other comments on that? Not seeing any, so I think we can keep moving on.
Okay. So I think that gets us to utilities, which is gonna jump us up a few pages. So I'm looking at account 409-361. So it should be on page 246 of the printed, I believe. Good.
And let's see, 361. Do you have the PDF page?
77? That-
What account number is that, Ron?
409.
408 or 40?
409.
409.
361.
Yeah, that's 77.
Yeah, page 77 in the PDF. Thank you.
All right, so just highlight a couple things here. Electric usage, no change from 23 to 24. Let me see if there's a note here about. Yeah, so this is everything for all of the buildings. That includes the new Public Works facility that came online in 22. That also does have solar, so there's some accounting for that in some of the savings for the solar panels built into that as well. You see a breakdown then under each one for the cost per building. Natural gas, holding steady at $28,000. Again, a breakdown for each of the buildings and how much is allocated to those buildings as part of the bill for that. Water to all the buildings, holding steady about $11,000. Just one of the things that's noted with water, in addition to our own consumption here, we also provide, as part of our contracts, water for the microsurfacing contractors to use. When we did the pipelining contract, they needed some water. When we do pipe flushing contracts, they need water. So that is provided here, and we have a mechanism of tracking how much use they have, so we can answer discrepancies in the bills from month to month, but we don't back charge the contractor for that. That's something we provide instead of them building it into their bids. So that number can change a little bit based upon how much contract work we're doing, where we need to have water for it. The microsurfacing is pretty consistent every year. It doesn't change a whole lot. The pipelining, unfortunately, there have been years that we've missed it. We didn't get it out. Hope we get into a steady routine of that, so that will kind of become normalized. Then there's the refuse, recycling and shredding. That's for documents here in the office building. That bulk shredding that goes on for that. No real big change in that account either. And then the last one there under 409-380, there is a stormwater fee. So that's the township's share. That's what we pay into the stormwater fund for all the impervious surfaces that the township owns. And I'm seeing.
Okay, questions on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually flag one there for James and Centrise, because I see something that looks like a discrepancy to me in the one document showing $19,083 for the stormwater fee.
Yeah.
And the notes I had was $8,630.
Yeah, so we calculated it this year. I'm not sure where the calculation came from in the previous budget. It's not accurate. So this year is the accurate amount.
We let GIS go and do an assessment,
Yeah.
so the township didn't have an accurate appropriation
Yeah.
for impervious
Okay,
surface
all right.
for billing ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, that answers that one then.
Yep.
Okay, other questions on that section?
Yeah, so that should be
That was
everything
my-
for buildings, section 409.
Okay, yep, I'm not seeing any public comment on any of this. Okay, Jeremy?
I was gonna say, I'm kind of surprised. I would have thought maybe electrical usage in some of the public works buildings might have been a little bit more, but it seems like the office is what pulls the most electricity. Probably imagining the bulk of that might be cooling.
Yeah, we're all electric cooling. Natural gas heat, but all
Yeah.
electric cooling, yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions.
Okay. So the next category is listed there is maintenance. So we're still in public works, and it's looking like we're gonna go to page 89 in the printed. And so, I'm starting with account, oops, let me see.
Okay, and I've got page 88 in the PDF.
Okay. It says traffic signals on page 89. Okay, so, yeah, so there are probably some other accounts that maybe they're covered elsewhere. We'll probably get to them later on, but I'll just stick to what's on the agenda for now. So traffic signals, that's account 433, 361. So, that one, the first one there's, pretty consistent. That's just the, electric charges. I'm not sure why that's up so much. 433, 361 would be, the electricity for the signals. Let me see what's in the narrative over here. Yeah, Dave doesn't have a note as to why we went from 13,000 in 2023. The projected for 2023 is 18,000 in expenditures. So the budget for 2024 is 18,500. Not sure why the actuals for 23 are that much higher than the budgeted amount. But in essence, what that captures is the electricity component to run all the traffic signals, plus the lights that are in the tunnel under Blue Course Drive for the bike path. They're metered on the same meter as the signal there at Blue Course and Circleville Road. The next account there, 372, that's for repairs, maintenance repairs. Not much of a change there from 14,000 to 14,500. And I don't know why there's just one listed intersection underneath that, but there are 22 intersections of the township now that are signals, plus we also have the flasher in Pine Grove Mills and the school zone flasher. So those are the ones that are included in the budget for that $14,500. We try to do as much troubleshooting as we can in-house through the IMSA certifications. Myself and Chris, we do a lot of the inspections and basic troubleshooting and maintenance in-house, and then we only call on contractors as necessary to do repairs that are outside our abilities.
So maybe we want to flag that just to see why only that one intersection is listed.
What's your account number?
433, 372. So there's a table
Right.
that lists out there's actually 24 different locations that are wrapped up in that. Not just that one at Nixon and 45. So it's not 14,500 just for that one intersection. There's actually 24 that really ought to be listed in that
So
table.
that's something that just got ported over.
Perhaps, so
Yeah,
just, so
got
that
condensed
it might be
there, yeah.
misleading for somebody. Why are we spending that much there? We better not be,
Yeah.
it's a brand new signal.
So it's, yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah, Ron's right.
So I think it's
And
just a carryover.
I
We'll just
pulled
make
it
a
up
note.
on the previous version of the 2023 operating budget, and it's listed as a table. So
Yeah.
we just need to go in and manually add in those sublines.
Yeah, very good. Okay, other questions on that?
For 2024, there are 2 potential new signals that may be added to the network. So we have the one budgeted for Science Park Road and Sandy Drive. And then the other one is depending upon development activity, the one that's potential for the Riders Development on Blue Course Drive, just north of College Avenue. Okay, so that's traffic signals. Let me see, what do we have next here? Salaries and wages then. For the maintenance section is on page 232 of the printed. And so this is account number 438-112.
Page 50.
Okay, so that's page 50 of the PDF. Thank you.
Okay. And again, as we've stated before, a big change from the salaries because we've taken all of the various ones that were listed individually and brought them all together. But again, there's no new full-time people proposed for the public works section. You will see the part-time people there for the road crew. We do bring in part-time help for them. And then there's some funds in there for overtime, and really try to just hold that for winter maintenance as necessary. We don't do a lot of overtime other than that, except for perhaps leaf collection in the fall. If we start getting behind, we will sometimes run the crews on Saturday to try to keep up with leaves and get them up before the snow. So that's kind of the salary section then for the maintenance section. And then I'm gonna jump to, I guess we go to page 64. We're gonna get into then some of the different individual accounts for Public Works. So I'm looking at account 430-231 is where we're gonna start there.
What was the account number?
430-231.
64.
And that's page 64 in the PDF. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so just walking down through these quick, so we have gasoline for the public works vehicles, the police fleet have their own account, not much change there. Diesel fuel, you'll see that is up. We're not really projecting an increase in usage, it's more the increase in cost. We were down this year from what we were projected, or from last year, but up again proposed for 2024. Oils and lubricants is for all the maintenance of the vehicles in the fleet and the public works. Not much change there. Again, personal protective equipment, hats, gloves, hard hats, vests, etc. About the same as it was prior years. Not a lot of change. Not a lot of change for small tools either. Electronic equipment maintenance, that's predominantly the radios, so about $500 for that for next year. Small tools and equipment, $7,500, similar to what was in the budget for this year. That would be for shovels, rakes, brooms, welding supplies, leaf blowers, things like that. Chemicals and supplies, this would be not related to road salt for the roads. This is just for on the buildings and grounds. So we can't use liquid fuels funds for applying salt to the sidewalks or de-icer for the sidewalks. So that's what this account is here, is for that one. Anything that we use on the roads comes out of we use liquid fuels for that. We'll get to that later. There's an account there for small tools. No big change with that. And also repairs and maintenance. Not much change in that one either as well. I'm just going to keep rolling through these, so we're up to 433-245. Right. Yep. So street signs and supplies, we were down this year from prior year, but for 2024, Dave has that projected at $23,000. So that's street signs and posts, but could also include cones, barricades, things that the guys need for work zone traffic safety control as well.
Okay, and I have this on page 66 of the
Okay, so
PDF.
thank you.
Yeah, and I should just be continuing right on from where we picked up.
Okay.
Haven't jumped around yet in the document. And then I think that's it for 433 for street sign. Yeah, that should be end of that one. You have 437 elsewhere. Should I just roll into that one too? Yeah, so I'm just gonna
Questions
keep
on
going
that?
down that table on the page that we're on, even though we're gonna go to 437, that's the mechanics, but we're still in the public works section.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of jumping all over the place since we're here, I'm just gonna keep going on it. So that line item 437, 238, that's for personal protective equipment for the mechanics, no change in that account. Mechanics, small tools, that would be for tools in the shop, for working on the vehicles. 5,000 for that. The next one, repairs and maintenance, is a contracted service, I believe. Let me just make sure on that 437, 251. Oh no, this is for parts internal. Sorry, yep, this is parts that they purchase for internal. This is not contracted. My bad on that. So budget for that is $85,000, down from 101 from last year. So our projected was less, so Dave has dropped that one down based upon our more recent actuals. And then materials and supplies, and it says non-LF, so that's for acquiring things that we need that are not, we can't use liquid fuels funds for, seeding, herbicide, things like that, that we would use, that we can't use liquid fuels funds for. So that's what that account is, and that's down a little bit from last year as well. Okay, I think that wraps up the Public Works maintenance section of accounts. I think I covered them all as we rolled through those. Questions on any of that kind of stuff, or more explanation on any of them? No,
I'm
no,
not seeing
no.
any questions.
Okay. Jeremy?
I don't have a question, I was
Oh.
just pointing out there is a public comment, but just letting the chair know for,
Oh, well, we're at the end of this section, so, because you're moving on to street trees.
Yeah, so we'll be moving to street trees
Okay, let's
next,
go
yeah.
ahead and take public comment then. Sorry, I cannot read that name from here. Jean, okay. I have a Jean with your hand raised. If you could give us your full name and your township of residence.
It's Jean Porter. I'm sorry if I jumped in at the wrong time. I had a question earlier and I missed my opportunity, so I didn't want to miss it this time on this section.
Yeah, that's all right, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. My name's Jean Porter and I'm a Ferguson Township resident. Kind of a goofy observation, but I'm going to throw it out there for what it's worth, because it broke my heart to hear that someone from the township's actually taking laundry home to do on their own, in terms of these microfiber towels. So as someone was going through the line items, we're paying for a laundry service over there. And typically with a laundry service for uniforms, you can get towels and rags and mats and all kind of good stuff. Why wouldn't we look at, rather than buying a washer and dryer and having to install, maintain, operate, get detergent, pay somebody to run the washing machine, just lump it in with a contracted service we're already doing? I don't know if that's an option or not.
Yeah, thank you. We'll look over to staff and see if they've
Yeah,
thought
so
about that. We might have to
I-
just flag that and come back to it. That's
We
fine.
could, but when I spoke with Dave about it, I think that's an option if we choose not to purchase the washer and dryer, but it may cost us more as a contracted service as opposed to when the guys come here, they throw a load in, they go clean, they come back, they throw it in the dryer, they go clean, and they've got their pile of rags for the next time. So that is the theory. It actually would be saving money as opposed to doing it as a contracted service.
Right.
Long term.
Yeah,
There's that
yeah.
cost equilibrium point, and so it's a shot in the, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
And it's something that had been discussed.
Mhm.
I don't know if there was a cost estimate that had been received necessarily to determine what the exact cost would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the way that we kind of landed in that conversation is that after 1 to 2 years, it would pay for itself.
To me, it makes sense to have it here, just really for convenience too, because then you can just keep doing those loads of laundry as needed. Do a half load here. I don't know. That it made sense.
I think
to
the
me, but
custodial
think
crew are
it's a good
used
point.
to doing that
Mhm.
because they do it now. This just brings it on site as
On site,
opposed
exactly,
to paying
that's-
somebody to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's a good comment. Thank you very much for that. So, other comments before we move on to street trees? Not seeing anything from the board. Not seeing any. Okay.
All right, and street trees will be the next section. So we're still in Fund 1. In the printed version, it should be page 51. Let me get the account number for you. If I get there real quick. So the first section then is salaries and wages, and interestingly, if it says recreation in here, but I think it should be street trees, it's Fund 455, 112.
Okay, so that's page 50 in the PDF.
Okay. So again, so not really any change in, I don't see the prior years listed under this. I guess it didn't get carried over because it's got rolled up. Part-time is showing the same, and I don't have an answer for you why if we're going from 3 to 4. Maybe they're spreading the hours out, I don't know, but there was included in the org chart to go from 3 part-timers to 4 part-timers, but apparently they're still figuring out how to do it for about the same amount of money as in the budget as last year.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we just circled back on the mowing and landscaping earlier, so.
Yeah, so that's the wages and salaries, and if we jump up to account, should be 455, 220. And so in the printed version, it should be page 68. So 455, 220 is where we start getting into different expenses for street trees. And again, the PDF document, and maybe the one you're looking at, it says recreation at the top of that, should be street trees.
Oh, okay. So page 67 of the PDF. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, 455.
Recreation is at the very.
We'll start with 455,
Yeah, next
220. All right, so just operating supplies, again, miscellaneous stuff. The amount budget is actually down from last year. Personal protective equipment, no change in that, still $2,500. Tools is going from $3,000 to $4,500. And let me see if I've got an explanation in here for that. Dave doesn't have anything flagged for why there's a big change. The 2023 budget was $5,000, and it's down to $4,500. Or the projected is a lot less for this year than that.
That might be because it says it includes their public outreach, and I think they had some plans.
For Arbor Day.
For-
Arbor Day,
yeah, for
yeah,
Arbor
Arbor Day is
Day
included
and-
with that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Education and the outreach.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got my lines crossed. I was looking at materials and supplies. That's the one that we didn't use all of it in, projected for this year, but that's 5,000, so we're going down to 4,500 for that one. Small tools, not much of a change there either. 2,500 to 2,900. So those are the expenses for supplies and equipment for the arborist and the tree pruner. And then the next section that's listed there, well, actually there's one, it's that's not listed there I want to touch base on is called contracted services for street trees. Wasn't listed in the agenda, but I think it's probably worth noting. So this is account number 455, 450. So we're still in Fund 1. I'm on page 93 in the printed version.
92 on the PDF version.
Yeah, so for this one, you'll see a fairly large increase from 23 to 24. So as you roll down through there, well, the first thing I'll note is there's some, like the first line underneath that as a subcategory, the tree injections for ash trees. It looks like we haven't spent anything in the past. We have, that just didn't get carried over because that's a tabulated item. So that one currently was 3,000, so that's going up to 4,000. The tree injections for oak trees, that's staying consistent at 15. The tree hazard removal is down a little bit from what we've experienced, so we're going from 15,000 down to 10,000. Pruning, that's a contracted work, so that's currently 56,000. That's going up to 60,000 increase. But the big change in this one is the conversation about the spongy moth abatement spraying. So you'll see an item in there for $47,685 to do that spraying. So that, I think, is something that's been talked about, and that would include spraying in the Chestnut Ridge neighborhood, Greenbrier neighborhood, the Pine Grove Mills Middle South area, he has it listed, the Pine Grove Mills West area, Thistlewood neighborhood, Sycamore Drive. So a total of 867 acres in the township at a cost of about $55 an acre if we wanted to do that spraying. So that's all based upon an egg mass count that was done by our arborist, going out and actually looking and counting to see if it meets the threshold. So he looked at different blocks, different neighborhoods, and if it didn't meet that threshold, they were not included. If they met that or exceeded the recommended arbor guideline, then that's how those acreage or those blocks were developed.
So we had a presentation on this. So why don't we go ahead and flag this, because this is new and we'll probably want to at least to discuss it for a little bit. So let's go ahead and flag this for the discussion to make that decision. Okay.
Okay, then continuing on with street trees, the new trees and the replacements. Let's see, and they're actually jumping to Fund 30 to do this. So we're kind of getting out of Fund 1. We're going to go into Fund 30. So in the printed version, that's page 139. So it's Fund 30, and then it's 455, 375 would be for new trees and replacements.
Okay, so page 138 in the PDF.
Find it over here real quick. I'm working out of both documents too because I'm handicapped and I'm familiar with the old one better, so give me a second to get there in both.
You're pulling up the Excel file.
All right. Okay. So new trees and replacements. So this is both bald and burlap trees, as well as bare root trees that will be planted. So we both have replacements for trees that are damaged or dying, and then new trees are the bare root trees where we have planting opportunities. So that includes 50 bald and burlap trees at about $7,500 or $700 per tree, and then 30 bare root trees at about $150 per tree. And we do the planting. That's just the purchase of the materials.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
I had this one flagged for maybe something we can talk about.
Okay, so we'll flag the street trees.
Okay, I think those are all the ones that I wanted to touch on for street trees. So if we're
Great,
good
okay.
with that, no questions there, we can move into Fund 20, Stormwater Fund. So this would be starting around page 108.
Expenditures begin on 112.
Yeah, I'm gonna highlight, just real quick, revenues, just because it's kind of significant. There are 2 grants that are included in there for $700,000. And we talked about this when we made the award for the Park Hills Drainage Way project. But we did get a $200,000 grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Federation, sorry. So this is, Fund 20, 354.10 is the account number.
And this is page 109 in the
Yeah.
PDF.
And then the other grant that we acquired, and these are both for the Park Hills Drainage Way project, is from the Susquehanna River Basin Commission, and that's a $500,000 grant. So there's a total of $700,000 in grant funds that we're able to procure for that project to help offset those costs. And then we'll scroll down into the expenditures. See, I'm on page now down to about 112. And so 446, 112 is the account number under Fund 20 is where we have the salaries and wages. For I should have gone up a little bit, sorry. 408, 112 is where we have the salary for the stormwater engineer. The part-time, you won't see it there, that there was money in the past for part-time wages. Matt, maybe this is where you saw the part-time $18,000. We did have money in the stormwater fund to hire part-time people. We never capitalized on that. So that's not proposed in the stormwater fund. We are gonna be doing those in the engineering section of 408.
Can we flag that just so
General fund.
we reconcile that tomorrow in our
Yes.
discussion? Because I think we're piecing that together, but we can, yeah.
I feel like it's.
Because we flagged the other one, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so that, those 2 part-time people that were included in that this year were never hired, so those funds were not expended. So that's, and it's not proposed out of Fund 20 that we're gonna do that out of Fund 1, engineering section for those part-time people. So there are wages for road workers that are included also in here, that when they spend their time doing stormwater-related activities, so part of their salary then is pointed to the stormwater fund. So that's the 446, 112. And then as we get down into, so again, we have a general expense category. Okay, so some of the things that are included in that would include surveying supplies, paint, et cetera. The biggest probably potential expense out of that would be a stormwater stenciling program. We've talked about doing that as part of our MS4. We've never really gotten going with that, but funds for that would come out of that account as well. Personal protective equipment, we have that as well for stormwater engineer. General expenses, not a big change in that one either. We're gonna get down into some accounts, so we're gonna see some big numbers. Materials, that would be for actual repair of inlets and pipes that will be done by our own crews. That's just a material cost in order to accomplish some of that. Again, small tools that may be needed for that. And then disposal of material, that's a new one. So there's $10,000 anticipated for that. And this is to appropriately dispose of materials that we get from street sweeping and inlet cleaning. So we maintain compliance with DEP requirements for disposal of that material. So that's a new category that we've not seen in the past. Continuing on, I'm gonna roll into 408-314, engineering design. This one is gonna be some carryover costs related to the Park Hills Drainage Way project, to go through construction consultation, but also to get our final letter of map revision processed through FEMA. That work's already contracted, but couldn't be completed till construction is done. And most of the inspection for the Park Hills Drainage Way project will be done by staff. Again, stormwater engineer, arborist, and part-time people that we can bring in to help. So you see those items summarized underneath that. Engineering specialties. So this is a big number, $467,000, and this is related to the design, acquiring permits, right-of-way, appraisals, easements, etc. for the pollution reduction projects that include our MS4 permit. So that would be the projects on Slab Cabin Run in Pine Grove Mills, and then Beaver Branch out in the Piney Ridge neighborhood. And I think all these costs should be consistent with what was included in the capital improvement plan.
Yeah. So I'm gonna flag that one for discussion. And of course, we'll go over it tomorrow night. What I'm gonna suggest is cutting that back. And really, I think, taking a slower pace at meeting this. So I think, as we discussed during the CIP discussions too, just trying to bring the revenue and expenditures in this fund closer together. There's definitely, you can see there's intent to be compliant here with our MS4, and I think this is quite a big project to take on in 1 year. So thoughts for tomorrow or for Thursday, and we'll get back into that discussion then.
I would just ask that if the board has specific questions to the project, I mean, I can speak at a high level, but Ron will not be with us tomorrow evening, so if the board has any questions specific to, I mean, I can of course share with you that we have a deadline that the project has to be, constructed, and while the township can ask for an extension, we're not guaranteed that that extension would be granted, but if you had specific questions, Ron would, as it relates to the specialization of the project, I would yield to Ron to be able to answer those questions this evening.
Thank you for letting us know that. I think that's important if others have questions. I mean, what I would propose is we proceed with asking for the extension. I'm sure I would think that's what other municipalities are doing too. So I think, keeping some money allotted here. Now, if we're called upon to, there's going to be, identified consequences for not moving forward with this, obviously we might have to do an amendment to this and proceed in some different way next year, but it's an item for discussion. So it's, I didn't want to move forward without discussing this here. So let's have a bit of discussion here since we have Ron here.
No, I appreciate that, because I'm more looking at the phased approach as well. So if we don't get the extension, though, I guess I'm asking, what are the consequences? Does that mean if this was maybe the Cadillac of, stormwater, things that we could do for MS4, is there the Ford Taurus version that we would then look at and say, hey, this meets the obligation if we didn't get the extension? Or maybe that's what we have to look at.
And I think that's what hasn't been identified yet. What are the ramifications? I think that's never been identified.
It hasn't been identified because there hasn't been acknowledgement that an extension would be granted. That's the way I understand it. We just submitted our MS4 submittals to PennDOT, or is it EPA? Excuse me. As soon as it came out of my mouth, Ron, I said, let me retract that, EPA. And we, as part of our annual submissions, we identify where we are in the process. And where we are in the process is based on the recent communications to the board earlier this year, which was to engage the consultants to do a a review of those two projects. And what was given at the presentation in a work session in January was the identification of the 3 potential projects. And so the consultant has been conducting an assessment to identify a cost estimate to inform the board at the end of this year. So in late November, early December, the board will receive a presentation on the assessments that have been conducted by the consultant that the township engaged to conduct this assessment. And the board will need to make a decision as to, in terms of which project do we want to proceed with. And so we are on a timeline, but again, we are in a position to request for an extension and we'll get a response. We haven't been told that that is an option. I would say the consequence could be that if we don't have enough funds to proceed on schedule, I mean, we could be looking at the same, you know, we'd be in the same position we have our property owners who aren't in compliance with the floodplain regulations, et cetera. We could be potentially facing a fine, but we don't know because we haven't been in this position before. I would say that if the board ends up making a decision to reduce that amount, we would come to the board for an amendment to the budget if necessary to ensure that we don't have those consequences. Alternatively, having the funding appropriation in this budget approved early in the year allows staff to proceed, you know, as scheduled, based on the presentations that have been provided to the board this year and what will be coming late November, early December. But again, that's the level I can speak to the board, and I can speak to some specifics on the project, but details and where we are currently in the project as it relates to the engineering side, I do yield to Ron to provide some comment.
Yeah.
And I think if you can also speak to what the other partners of our MS4 agreement, what, you know, our neighboring municipalities are doing as far as asking for an extension, or what, you know, how can we note where we are in relation to other municipalities?
Yeah, so I don't have a good handle on how all the other municipalities are doing, and even will include Penn State, right, because they're MS4 permit holder as well. They're one in the center region. Aaron has been taking the lead on these things, and I've not been involved with those to that extent. I'm a little reluctant to say, hey, let's slow these down and back it off, because that's not consistent with what our MS4 permit is and what our annual reports have been to DEP. These projects have been identified. We had a 5-year window to complete them, and that 5-year window expires in 2025 when our current permit expires. I don't know about opportunities for extensions on them. I would say if we're making progress and we're moving forward, they would probably work with us to get those extensions in place, but I can't answer that for sure. I haven't had any conversations like that with them in the past. We've never not met a goal in the past. So this would be a little different. This would be new, and maybe Aaron has had some conversations with the EP staff regarding that. I don't know. I could try to have a conversation with Aaron and find out more information, get it back to Century so you guys could continue that on Thursday. But yeah, so these projects for Slab Cabin and Spruce Creek, they were part of the pollutant reduction plan that was completed with our last permit update in 2020. And so they were identified as projects to go through the whole, you know, preliminary screening, go through preliminary engineering, design, permitting, and construction within that 5-year window. Other municipalities, I'm not sure where they are in the process. I think one municipality's done already. They've completed theirs. Harris Township wasn't too hard. I'm not sure about Patton Township or College Township or the borough. I can't answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering then, the $467,000, I don't see construction in there though.
No, that's not
This is all just
construction.
to investigate.
Yeah, so if so this should be, in the CIP would be funds, there should have been funds allocated in 2025 then for construction. So these are the funds to go through the final design, the permitting, acquiring the easement that we need. So since these are projects that we're, as the municipality, is taking credit for, then we also, as the municipality, are responsible to make sure that they're maintained, even if they're on private property. So we have to acquire easements from landowners so that we can access their property, do maintenance on these things, do inspections, and any maintenance that might be required. Are they Cadillacs or are they Escorts? When the PRP was put together, we picked what we thought were the least expensive projects to complete. Stream bank restoration projects were identified as the best bang for the buck. I don't know that it's playing out that way in real life with some of the costs that we're seeing, which are quite different than what the original pollutant reduction plan was as part of the permit update that we did in 2020. But the intent was to not build Cadillacs, to build Chevys that met the intent, met the requirement, would still have benefit to the stream, and also meet our obligations under the permit. It is an EPA passed down mandate to DEP. I don't know how much latitude DEP even has with giving us extensions as opposed to fines. That's a whole area, Matt, that we'd have to do try to find out, but this is one area that, this is a regulation passed on to us, that this is not something that we were saying, let's go do this just for fun. Yes, it helps the environment, it's good, but we're actually told by DEP, as mandated by EPA, that we need to do these things.
And
So-
we had kept the duck pond in the conversation as a potential option, as just a piece of it.
Yeah, and
So-
that was identified in the pollutant reduction plan
Yeah.
as an option. Ferguson could partner with the university. I don't know if that option's still on the table or not. But yeah, that was one of the identified projects in the pollutant reduction plan that
As
could
a-
offset some of what would be done for Slab Cabin. Wouldn't do anything for Spruce Creek though.
Right, so it
You
would.
still have to do a project in Spruce Creek, so you might be able to save some funds on Slab Cabin if there's the opportunity to participate in the duck pond project, but that doesn't do anything to improve the stream in Pine Brook Mills either.
Yeah,
Same watershed, it would meet the permit requirements.
so, so I think that's still on the table, so as part of that plan, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but we had decided to not rule that out, so, so I think, we're flagging this for discussion, but I think as we move through this, we're identifying that this is something that eventually we'll have to do at some point. The timing we'll decide on Thursday. As we move through this, there are some other things that are, probably more under our control, and, so.
Yeah, there are probably other accounts within the stormwater fund if we needed to move some things around.
Yeah, but I think, thanks for your explanation, and I think, we have, unless anybody has more questions, I think we have, what we need from Ron at this point to, okay.
And I would just say on this item, it would be, I think it is in the best interest of the township to try to match the expenditures to the revenue of the stormwater fund, especially considering the CIP and what we saw. I think the stormwater fund is showing a negative balance in future years, and I think it would be important for us to try to get that shored up. Unfortunately, as I was listening to Ron, we are faced with the hard reality of an unfunded mandate that we gotta figure out and prove how we're gonna pay for it.
Okay, so we left that at 408, 317.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, moving down through then, advertising and printing, not a big change. They're actually down a little bit from last year's budget. Dues, subscriptions, and memberships, that would be for the stormwater engineer. So you can see what's listed there, some continuing education, training, that the NASCO training is really about understanding pipe assessment ratings and making sure we're doing a good job of correcting the pipes that need it and not correcting pipes that still have life left in them. And so that's what those last two are, NASCO training and the pipelining training. Then we get into right-of-way acquisition. So there was a lot of funds expended in this when we did the Park Hills Drainage Way project back in 2022 with what we needed for that one. Just a nominal amount budgeted for miscellaneous places we may find we have to get easements that weren't anticipated. Utility relocation cost, again, a big change in that one. The big number from last year was the project we did for Park Hills Drainage Way to relocate electric, phone, and cable out of the channel so that the channel could be improved. That was that big expenditure that we had there. A small amount for equipment rentals if we need rentals while working on stormwater inlets or pipes. Normally we can accomplish that with our own equipment. Contracted services, $190,000 this year, projected $135,000 for next year. And this account then covers the cleaning, inspection, and the video assessment of storm pipes. So this is basically following the cost of service model that was developed when the fund was created. The amount that's anticipated is about 12,000 feet per year, at about a cost of about $11 per foot to do that video assessment. So this is in lieu of us buying our own jet truck and camera truck. We have this account every year to do that cleaning and inspection.
So can we flag that one? Because that would be something that we can discuss.
And then the next account then we get into is, let me see, capital construction. So here we have a number of different items that are included in this $3 million and change, $3,111,000. So first is going to be pipe lining. So in addition to the video assessment we do, we actually then come in, we have another contract to do the lining of pipes that are deteriorated enough that they're beyond their service life. And so some pipes we will actually dig up and replace, but in an urbanized environment where we have curbs and sidewalks and trees and paving, we found it's less expensive to line that pipe than to pay the cost to do all the restoration for it. So we've started doing pipe lining in the urbanized area. If we're on the west end and there's a cross culvert that needs done, normally it's less expensive just to dig that pipe up and replace it than trying to line it, unless it's an oversized pipe. We've done a couple that were oversized that was actually less expensive to do the lining than to do removal and replacement. So there's about $344,000 in there, $345,000 for pipe lining. So again, just over 2,000 feet of pipe that could be lined, and that cost per foot varies depending upon the diameter of the pipe. So that varies from year to year based upon what we actually need to do, but we always try to make it within the amount that's budgeted. The next one is the Park Hills Drainage Way project. That's the contract that was just awarded to ARRC. So that $2.5 million. When I presented this, keep in mind this project will likely go into 2025. So probably some of these funds will carry over into 2025 to actually complete. But in case the contractor moves faster than what we anticipate, we don't want to stop him or not be able to pay him for next year. So that's the full amount of that contract that was awarded, plus a contingency that we added on top of that. We talked about a 5% construction contingency. And that one, again, is the one that's offset by the $700,000 in grants that we received. There's money in there to just do reconstruction of inlets. Again, if we have to buy, or actually not just repair, but actually remove and replace an inlet, we have funds in there for that. So that would cover up to five inlets in the township if we had to do that. The next item in here is something that was talked about ever since the Stormwater Fund was created, and that's a community partnership program. So this is $52,500. Dave has just finished writing a policy on that, I think, to bring to the board for consideration, discussion about how we would evaluate and prioritize those expenditures of funds. But this is intended for those people where it's a private pipe on private property but it's conveying public water. And how do we partner with those people to help share in those expenses that they have? And it could be an individual single property owner, it could be a homeowners association, those types of things. So it's not really, when the fund was adopted, it wasn't intended for somebody who has their own site, that has their own facilities to manage their own water. It's more looking at those scenarios where you have a person or an HOA that has a larger facility that they're responsible to maintain for conveying upstream water that they're really not even generating. That's what that program is for.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
We want to flag that.
Yeah, I want to flag that, and I
Yep.
also, while we're stopped for a second, so let's go ahead and flag the community partnership program. Yeah, I'm just not sure we'll be ready for that
Yep.
next year, because we don't have a
Sure.
policy on that yet. And then I did also want to flag the pipelining, because that's an area where we have more control over what we're gonna proceed with. So, there, we could all kind of think about where we wanna, cut the number, maybe if we're looking at linear feet or a dollar amount, because that's a little bit more under our
Yeah,
control.
and I'll just comment on that a little bit again, because I won't be here Thursday. But
Yeah,
between the
thank you.
pipe cleaning and the pipe lining, if we want to cut some on those, that would be good, but I wouldn't want to cut all of the pipe lining, because we may get into a situation where we have critical pipes that if we don't line them, we'll start to see road collapses. We don't want to be in a situation like PennDOT was on North Atherton Street. There were just times that the road just collapsed because the pipe
Yeah.
wasn't strong enough to support it, and they had to go out and do emergency repairs. So, and those are the fives, those are the really bad ones. So if we get those, we really want to try to get those lined when we can, because it's a dollar this year versus $5 if we defer it. That type of theory, and that's probably not 5-1, but it's taking advantage of the processes that we have to capitalize. We've got these bad pipes, so if we want to reduce it some, I get it, but to cut it completely, I think might be short-sighted for ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
And so maybe it's even just a balancing between those two. We say we take some out of pipe inspection, we take some out of pipe lining. Let's reduce it overall, but not necessarily eliminate.
So you're looking
Either
at
one.
the contracted services in combination with the pipelining?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
yep,
and we've got
yep.
both of those flags, so,
Okay.
yeah, so if we can talk about them in tandem and
Yeah, the next one that's there, sorry, is that okay, Lisa? You're done?
that was good, and then we flagged the community partnership for
Right,
discussion.
right.
And then Jeremy, did you have a question?
I was gonna say pipe cleaning and pipelining, didn't that one come in even a little bit over budget this year? So another thing to keep in mind if we
How those costs
go out
are
for,
increasing,
yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so,
Okay. The next one on there, this effluent facility at $175,000. This is one Dave and I did talk about that could easily be flagged. So this is building a facility here that we would do a better job of treating the sediment that would come from our stormwater cleaning operations, as opposed to the way we're doing it right now, which is we're using it this year as kind of a pilot. If it's really successful, we may not need to spend that $175,000.
okay.
And I'll just note, it was actually estimated at $310,000, and I reduced it by half from what came in from Public Works, and I said, let's go ahead and just start with this, should we advance forward on this project. It is my understanding that recently the Director of Public Works did meet with UAJA, and we are trying to pursue an alternative option that might delay or eliminate the need to invest in this
Right.
facility,
Yeah.
and that is what Ron is referring to. So we're gonna pilot that. It does increase the cost for the transportation. It's my understanding that some of the costs are increased slightly. Certainly, savings are had as opposed to investing in constructing the facility. But when we're looking for the contractor to dispose of the sediment, there is a minimal transportation fee that the consultant, or excuse me, that the
Yeah, so you're.
contractor could include in their prices.
Right, the contracted services would be slightly higher if we didn't have this facility, but on an annual basis.
The equilibrium
think
price
there's a-
point saves.
We're hoping that what we're piloting this year will be effective enough that that 175,000 wouldn't have to be expended.
Okay, so that one's flagged. Yeah, thank you.
What do we have after? There's a pipe in, Stonebridge that was planned to be lined. This is an example last year, but it has gone too far and it cannot be lined, so that pipe is ready to collapse, so, that one we have to remove and replace. That's on Kings Court, so about 300 feet of pipe, but again, restoration because it's underneath the road and the curb. So that's what that $15,000 item is for. Please don't flag that one. We don't-
That's an example of, in that slide that I presented early on, you know, you can save now, pay later. And this is one of those examples of, we're gonna pay inflation prices now, but we need to do it.
Yeah.
We own the infrastructure. We own 33 mile of pipelining in our 55 square mile of road infrastructure, road network. So we're at the top of page 115.
And I think that's it for the big capital expenditures, that all those items that we talked about there roll up to that $3.1 million. Of course, Park Hills Drainage Way being the biggest of all
The
those.
biggest, yeah. Okay, let's see if there's more comment here.
I don't think I have anything else to talk about in the stormwater fund. So,
Okay, and
oh,
maybe we'll.
there is one other item. So there's computer hardware and software. This would be for geocoding assets. So even though the people that are doing the work would not be paid out of stormwater fund, the equipment for the devices to take in the field to locate inlets, et cetera, is included in the stormwater fund.
Okay, and then do you want to go ahead and do liquid fuels, and then we'll go to wrap up in public comment?
Okay,
After that,
yep,
yeah.
we can jump over to the Fund 35. So this is now Fund 35, is Liquid Fuels Fund. It should be just continuing right after the Stormwater Fund in your document, regardless of which one you're looking at. But in the printed version, I should, oh, wait a minute.
Yep, so we're at page 116 in the PDF.
Yeah, and so in the printed version, I'm looking down, starting with my expenditures, a little bit beyond that. Okay, so, Fund 35, I'm at 432,222 is where we're gonna start with chemicals and supplies. All right, so this is our road salt. And it also has a salt brine that we use also through a cooperative with PennDOT. We budget for 1,500 tons of salt. Good news is we have a full salt shed heading into the year, so depending upon how the winter goes, we may or may not need to use all that. And it's really not a matter of how much snow we get, it's really more a function of how many events we have to go out and do salt runs on. So you can just have a freezing rain, we don't get a lot of accumulation, but you still need to treat the roadway. So unfortunately, you use almost as much salt, it's really almost per storm as opposed to accumulation. And that blizzard's the exception. The next line item there, 26,000, that's just for materials for patching and paving. We use liquid fuels for that. So that could be asphalt, concrete, stone, et cetera, that type of material. Then we go into capital construction. So I'm at 433,610. The first one is pavement markings. And you notice this one has come down. It used to be a lot lower than this. I can remember back when we were spending like 50,000 a year for line painting, and now we're budgeting 126,000. So the costs have continued to increase quite a bit for the materials. So one thing we did last year is we started painting some of our roads every other year instead of every year. There is a requirement under the METCD, Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, that certain roads that have above a certain ADT level, 6,000 cars a day, you're required to maintain a minimum retro reflectivity for the long lines, the yellow lines and the white lines on the edge of the road. Those ones we're gonna paint every year. That's the best way we can meet that obligation for that under the MUTCD. The ones that are less than that in volume, so most of the west end roads, those ones we're painting every other year. The other thing we're gonna take a look at too is our legends. Right now, the stop bars, crosswalks, turn arrows, we paint all of those every year. And that's included in this budget item. I'm looking at the possibility of painting some of those every other year as well. We're not obligated under the MUTCD to maintain retroreflectivity for those. I still want to maintain it in certain high volume, high pedestrian areas for safety
right.
reasons. But some other ones where we don't have activity, maybe we can do those every other year. So
Right.
I'm looking at that, but that's not included in this. This is included doing all of those
Okay.
every year still.
Okay.
Contracted maintenance, you'll see micro surfacing, that's 438,610. There's a big drop in that in this account. That's because to kind of manage balances between funds, Dave has taken some of that out of liquid fuels, Fund 35, and moved that into TIF, Fund 32. So we're still maintaining the same micro surfacing program that we're doing. We're just, which fund it's coming out of is being adjusted, so Dave was working with the fund balances. If there gets to be an issue with fund balances between 32 and 35, that micro surfacing could get moved back to Fund 35 if we needed to, if the TIF's getting too tired. Then you'll see some money related to that for eradication. We have to remove the pavement markings before we microsurface it, or the microsurfacing doesn't stick. And then there's an account there for guide rail repairs and replacement. That's just a placeholder. Most times when they're hit, they're severe enough they need repaired, we've got a crash report from the police department, we go after the driver's insurance. This is for those instances where something's damaged, but there was no report, we have to pay for it on our own. And we don't see a lot of those, but that's just a placeholder in case we get into those. And then the capital construction, 439,610, that's for curb ramp upgrades related to any roads that we do microsurfacing on. So when we do microsurfacing under the Americans with Disabilities Act, we're obligated to upgrade those curb ramps to make sure they're compliant. So depending upon what street we're doing and where we are, sometimes we don't have to touch them because they're current. Other times we do have to upgrade them to meet current standards. And I'll let you know that the standards just got updated. The Access Board, U.S. Access Board, sorry, just adopted a new public right-of-way accessibilities guidelines, acronym PROWAG. So under PROWAG, there's some new rules that have been adopted by the U.S. Access Board that have been kind of pending for a long, long time. The Department of Transportation and the Department of Justice still need to formally adopt those to make them enforceable, but that's expected to happen sometime late this year or early in 2024. If they adopt as the U.S. Access Board has proposed, which is what they're expecting, then we will be looking at making more upgrades at our signalized intersections. Big change in PROWAG is that all signals will now have to have what are called accessible pedestrian signals, which are the talking push buttons. So we've started implementing some of those on our own. We've had demands, requests. The board has funded some of those in the past. This new ruling will say anytime we do a repaving or a microsurfacing through an intersection that's signalized, if it's not already talking push buttons, then we'll have to upgrade those at that time. And those can get pretty expensive
Okay, yeah.
with the cost to do that, depending upon the facilities that are in place at the intersection. So with all that said, that amount for ramps, you know, we'll look at that line item along with the funds that are available for microsurfacing and adjust our program accordingly so that we don't overdo between the two of them. I think that should be it then for Fund 35, unless you have any other questions about that.
Questions on liquid fuels? No, okay. Comment in general?
Dang, I know liquid fuels.
Anything before we go to public comment? No?
Okay, we'll go to public comment then. Yep, come on up.
The board discussion on liquid fuels wasn't as fluid as you thought.
But I'm chin.
Again, Mark Kunkel, Ferguson Township. I'm going to reference page 112 of the PDF. Again, we're looking at a $10,000 expenditure to get rid of our street sweepings, and I'm just wondering what other municipalities do with theirs. Be interesting to know what some of our other neighboring municipalities are doing and whether or not they have a facility already developed that we might be able to share in the cost rather than developing our own. And along that same line, on page 114, where you have an effluent facility, the $175,000 is not for construction, it's for design and permitting. So we have no idea what that actual construction of that facility is going to be, the operating cost, additional personnel, etc. So I think the board might want to use a little caution with regard to that. I would note that there are regulations that are out, and I think Ron and staff are familiar with those with regard to street sweepings and how PennDOT handles those. Many times they're doing a visual inspection of the street sweepings to see if there is any obvious odor, contamination, etc. Once they certify that there isn't, they're using it for roadside, fill, etc. So there's a variety of things that can be used for without going through a whole process of decontamination of something that may not be actually contaminated. I think those are the only comments I had with regard to that. One other quick thing. With regard to the pollution reduction plan, this may be an oversight on my part, but was the Park Hills Drainage Way project actually part of the regional pollution reduction plan as a project?
Go ahead, Ron. You can speak.
So we're spending $3.1 million. And the real question is what benefit are we getting on our MS4 permit? Are we getting anything at all? Secondly, with regard to the identified projects of Beaver Branch and Slab Cabin, I'd be interested in knowing what the metrics are to determine whether or not we're actually getting the bang for the buck. Are we actually reducing our nitrogen, phosphorus, sediment that are required under the permit, and how is that being measured? So although these have been projects that have been identified, and I don't think that those were projects that were identified as regional projects for cost sharing, as the duck pond was, as you mentioned earlier, it'd be interesting to know how we're evaluating those projects in meeting the MS4 requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Ron.
Follow up.
Yeah,
Some of those.
absolutely.
So, the Park Hills Drainage Way project, the main reason it was not included as a project that we could take credit for our pollutant reduction is because it's in the Big Hollow Drainage Way. And so when the model was developed to determine what our pollutant loads are to the stream, the Big Hollow Drainage Way, because it has a rain gauge on university land, it was actually calibrated to determine how much flow is coming out of the Big Hollow Drainage Way, not just, so that's Park Hills, Park Forest, it even goes downstream onto university property. So by calibrating that model, we reduced the amount of pollutant load that we're saying is going to the stream, so we reduced the amount of projects that we had to do. So we can't take credit for a project in that area because we basically said from the Big Hollow, there's zero flow that gets to Spring Creek or to the Chesapeake Bay. So since we didn't add a loading from that drainage area, we can't take a credit from that drainage area. So it's a good question, Mark. And that's the reason that even though we're doing that project to improve the channel, we weren't able to take credit for it against the MS4 permit. And then I'll try to do my best with respect to the calculation of the pollutant reductions for sediment, nitrogen, and phosphorus. So under the ruling that DEP has and how they're tracking that is they're really not measuring the nitrogen and the phosphorus. They have looked at it and said essentially if you're meeting your sediment load reduction, then you're also automatically meeting your reduction for nitrogen and phosphorus, because their theory is that those are attached to the sediment. So if we reduce the sediment, we're reducing the nitrogen and phosphorus that are attached to that sediment. So they basically say you reduce your sediment, then you also get the credit for the nitrogen and the phosphorus. And then the method for reducing that sediment is depending upon the type of project that you're doing. There are predetermined sediment load reductions based upon the type of the project. There's no actual measurement in the field to determine that sediment load reduction.
Thank you for that.
That's the best I can do. Other than that, I have to get Aaron in here. He knows a lot better than I do.
No, it was very helpful.
Okay, other questions on this? And I am actually going to call for just a quick 5-minute recess before we go on to capital reserve fund. So if there's nothing else on these items, and it's not your last chance, we can come back to it later, but I'll go ahead and just call for a quick 5-minute recess here. Ready, if CNET's ready, I'll call us back to order and we'll move to the Capital Reserve Fund and we'll go to our township manager for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will start with a review of the Capital Reserves Fund, and that's Fund 30. That begins on page 134 on the printed document. And just look here, it looks like we begin on the PDF version on page with expenditures 137. So, you know, Ron and I can, I can go ahead and begin and just acknowledge that the streetlight improvements for Fund 30 account 434-372. There is a proposed allocation of $10,000 to carry over for the Pine Grove Mills streetlights. The decorative ornaments, they were budgeted for the 2023 operating budget, but it's my understanding that they were unable to see that project through by the end of this year. So there's a proposed carryover amount. And I don't know if Ron, if you have anything to add to that? Okay.
No, we really didn't get involved with the ornaments. I think Jenna's crew took care of that.
Yeah, it's really an initiative that's budgeted out of the Public Works Department, but managed through the Planning and Zoning Department. And then I'll just stroll down to where we have an additional line item. We have account 455-375 street trees, new and replacement. That's really a Public Works item. So I'll yield to Ron to see if he has any.
No, I did touch base on that when we did street trees, so we kind of
That's
jumped to
right,
Fund
because
30.
it was, that's right.
Yeah,
It was,
yeah, so we
merged
touched
general
on that one
fund.
already.
Thank you for that reminder, Ron. And then we'll just scroll down here. So in the previous version of the 2023 budget, there was a paragraph. So the subline, so you see the admin capital purchases for a total amount being proposed of $124,000. So the subline items, I just want to start by acknowledging that the fiscal year 2022 and the projected 2023 are 00 because this was just a written paragraph in the budget last year. And so what we did is we wanted to do a breakout to, I just lost my page, to acknowledge what the expenses are for 2024, what's being proposed, but also I believe when I did this manual review, we also included the subline items of what was completed in 2023. But you will see the zeros, and it's because we just didn't report that, and we did the subline version. All right, so I'll go ahead and get started with a carryover for the lobby and conference furniture. So the township, as part of the renovations that were done in 2020, had funds appropriated to do the lobby and the conference, or excuse me, the lobby, a renovation to the lobby. And that's just been a carryover item that we have yet to be able to dedicate resources, essentially time of staff, to do that update. There was recent discussion about trying to do a few items in the lobby area. So there may still very well be some appropriations that are in the fiscal year 2023, but we are just carrying that over in the event that is something that can't be completed by the end of this fiscal year. Another carryover item is the strategic communications plan. I think this was in the 2021 and 2022 budget, which is Assistant Township Manager did meet with, Assistant Township Manager and I did meet with a consultant to get a cost estimate and just explore what the scope of work might look like and the approach and methodology that would be taken. But we did not issue an RFP while the assistant manager drafted it. We did not release it. So that is a carryover item. And then the administrative vehicle, the township has a 3-year rotation cycle to replace the administration vehicle. I'm not sure when this vehicle was purchased, but it was long before my time, and it was actually an item for replacement in the 2023 budget, and I think it was one of the items that I even proposed, just reduce, to eliminate, to reduce expenditures. I would acknowledge that I think it's been at least 5 years since we've had this car, and so there's an allocation there to invest in an administrative vehicle. The disaster recovery test, there have been allocations, an allocation in the last 2 or 3 budgets, and again, it's a carryover, and I would just suggest that it's a lack of resources, essentially time, that staff's had to be able to prioritize these items that you're continuously hearing up to we're on line 4. These are, again, carryovers, but the disaster recovery test is something that the township has done on a frequent basis. I can't confirm what the rotation cycle was, if it was every 3 years, every 5 years, but we have done this. We've done what they call tabletops, and generally the tabletops are facilitated by the emergency management coordinator. Generally for a minimal cost, if any, but this is more of a disaster recovery test where there's like a scenario: if the building collapses, what are you going to do? So there's a little bit more involvement, and we arrange for a facilitator to come in and conduct that. There is an appropriation here for office furniture. So in the administration office, we've just been pulling from old buildings for just old desks. I can tell you my desks are pulled together with bolts to make it work. And so there is an appropriation there for an investment to update office furniture in the administration, and in part a partial funding of that, a partial appropriation of that is for the manager's office. The IT strategic plan. Oh, this is a carryover. So we've engaged the services. You may recall last year, Hammer Tech, they conducted a vulnerability assessment of the township, and then they continue to provide services to assist with the remediation to close the vulnerabilities that have been identified as being the most vulnerable or lacking secure measures. And so we've engaged the Hammer Tech services to help us close that, and in part we've taken action to identify how we can improve our master service provider services by really reevaluating what that scope of work might look like, but also the IT strategic plan and creating IT governance policies. The township has maybe 3 or 4 IT governance policies, and there are gaps there. So we're looking to have that created, an IT strategic plan. There was one that was created in 2012, maybe 2013, but it's not just outdated, but it doesn't even include some of the, as we've modernized and we've increased our infrastructure, our servers, it's useless, really. And so there is a need for the township to prioritize our resources to create an updated IT strategic plan, as well as the IT governance policies. We also have here a local match for the broadband expansion. This is also in collaboration and support with Center WISP. So we submitted a grant application to see if we could get funding to help expand the broadband in rural areas, particularly in Ward 1. And we have not yet heard back from that program. But in the event that we are awarded, in collaboration with Center WISP, a grant, we will need to have a match of $25,000. And I'll go ahead and review here for the IT capital purchases, account 30-407-750. So these items are carried over from what was discussed during the CIP and with our master service provider, Hinton & Associates. So we have here estimated cost of $35,000 to replace the server, new host 1, last purchase in 2017. We also have an appropriation of $10,000 for a copier replacement for engineering. Although rather than replace it and keep it on a lease, the plan is to replace and purchase the copier. I think it's one of maybe two that still are on a leasing schedule. And then we also have an appropriation of $10,000 for the private Wi-Fi infrastructure and an appropriation of $30,000 to replace 5 switches, Ethernet core switches. In the 2023 operating budget, we actually had an appropriation to replace just one of the switches. And then in discussion with our master service provider, it was recognized that there may be a cost savings and, just a management of resources to have them all done at one time. So we didn't replace the one that was budgeted in 2023, and we're proposing to do the 5 in 2024. Then we have an appropriation for our security surveillance camera network. So there is, we currently have, I believe, between 20 to 25 cameras here on site, just distributed here at this property, scattered among all the buildings. And there was a identification in our vulnerability assessment that the NVR needed replaced, and what's for 5 to 6 different cameras. And so as we did a cost comparison for replacing the NVRs and the security cameras, to moving towards a secure surveillance network, we got the appropriation of $86,000. And then we also have a appropriation of $16,000 to improve the conference room, meeting rooms in the Public Works Department, the Police Department, and in Conference Room 1. We were able to do, in 2023, we have an appropriation of $50,000 for the main meeting room to improve audio and visual improvements. And we were able to execute that agreement at the last following the last meeting, to do not just the main meeting room, but also Conference Room 2. And so what's being proposed here is to I don't want to use the word streamline, but to integrate the audio and visual improvements in all the meeting rooms. So they're all operating off of the same Cisco service, which is, rather than using the Zoom, the OWLs, and we all currently are utilizing, I'm not thinking of the right term here, so I'll look to James. For we recently did our phone replacement, the telecommunications platform. We can actually expand that and utilize it as for meeting video conferencing.
WebEx.
Cisco WebEx. Thank you. I knew there was a term and I couldn't remember. And so this would support integrating the WebEx calling and video conferencing in all of our conference rooms. And then the sub items there, it shows $0 for 2024, but it identifies what we advanced forward and what projects did get completed in 2023. And
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, comments?
I have 3 items I'd like to flag in that area, specifically related to IT. One would be the new host server. The second is the security surveillance camera network. And then the third, to understand a little bit more, the conference meeting rooms, $16,000 for the AV. That was all.
Okay. Other comments? I don't see Corey on there.
Yeah, he
I guess
dropped.
Corey's not joining us.
We lost him. I don't know if someone can contact him. Okay. So no other you have those flags. And, okay.
And then I'll look over to Ron if he wants to pick up at 409-750.
Yeah, so 409, 750 is buildings. And so we'll walk down through each of those items. The first 3 items listed there are carryovers from 2023. So that's the renovations to the interior of the building for admin, planning, zoning, and engineering areas. The second one is the closeout of the lead designation and the stormwater as-built certifications for the property. And then the third one is ventilation controls in the police evidence room. So all of those are ongoing projects that are carryovers. And then continuing after that, PW Building 4, that's the large building in the north corner of the property. Equipment and materials are stored in there, so that's shelving just to take advantage of going vertical in the building, maximizing space instead of using floor space. The next one, door fobs. So building 3 is a building on the far end of the property where we have mostly T-tags and pickups parked, service vehicles. So that would put a key fob on the second door for that one, so both entrances into that building would have a fob. And then building 4, that's the same building that has the shelving proposed, that would fob the other building going into there, so both of those doors would also be on the fob system then. Building 1, the next item there, painting the overhead doors. So building 1 is the old Public Works building that mostly is now used by police for police vehicles. So that's painting some of those older doors that are there, maintaining the life on those. And then the last one under this account, electric vehicle chargers. So there's $10,000 proposed to that to install 2 electric vehicle chargers on the north side, the far side of the new Public Works Building 6. So as we get maintenance vehicles, so there's a proposal to buy an electric pickup truck. That gives us a place to park that truck to charge that vehicle. So that's what those, kind of anticipating more demand for electric vehicle spaces, that's what that money is for.
Okay, comments, flags?
I'd like to flag the 10,000 for the electric vehicle charger.
Yeah.
And then that's related to things we'll hear about in a little bit too.
Yeah. Okay, not seeing
There
anything
are
else.
4 parking spaces on site right now for electric vehicle charging. So we have capacity for 4. Currently, I think we have two fleet that are electric right now. But they're also open for visitors and guests to come that they could park and charge. So they're not reserved for just municipal vehicles.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I think I have the next section too. 409,760. So building maintenance. So the first one, steel door on building 4, it's just wore out. Happens. Looks like that one's 29 years old. Next line item there is a steel door in building 1. So again, that's the old Public Works building that the police are in. One of those doors needs replaced. Water softener replacement, that would be in the basement of the administration building. That softener is now 33 years old. Was installed 33 years. Okay, so yeah, so that's what that is, to replace that water softener. HVAC system in the computer room, I know there's been some issues with that. I can't speak to the specifics on that. It looks like that device there was last upgraded in 2006, so that would be 19 years old. And then there's $8,000 in the wellness fitness fund for capital expenditures for wellness, exercise equipment, bikes, that kind of stuff that's used there.
All right, comments?
My only comment is I hate the $84,000 for the HVAC, but I remember during the CIP discussions, it is needed from sadly how deteriorated it is. So, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
I think from the CIP, the air compressor from like the 80s or 60s gets to live another year here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Chief actually has left, so I'll go ahead and cover public safety. So beginning at the bottom of page 140, 410, 750, The subline items include the request for 2 SUVs in the amount of $80,000. Electronic marking accessories for to outfit the 2 SUVs in the amount of $35,000. Also, the allocation of the Axon body car camera taser package that the township invested in on a 5-year plan. I think we're in year 2, possibly year 3. I could confirm that. And that concludes the public safety section of Fund 30.
Okay, comments?
I have two. I'd like to flag the hybrid SUVs and, for discussion to understanding maybe a little bit more about if we're in year 2 of 5 or whatever, I'm sorry, not whatever, but if we're in year 2 of 5, what that looks like for the Axon body, car, camera, tasers, so also flagging that.
Mm-hmm. And then I was gonna flag along with the SUVs, the markings. So, so I guess
35,000, the 35,000.
to go with the vehicles, yeah. So I think we flagged everything, so.
Yeah. Well, I like that it's for discussion, right? It's that, I just need to understand some things a little bit differently.
Okay, all right. And back to Ron, 430, 750.
Public Works, maintenance and fleet, so we're at 437.50. And this is one, it's, if I understand this right, it's like a sinking fund where we put so much in each year and we build the fund, and as we have to replace equipment, it comes back out of that. So the first item that's listed, oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on a second. Nope, that's right. Nope, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on a second. 750. There it is. I got ahead of myself on the sinking fund. That's 760. All right, so this is, Public Works equipment new. Got it. So the first one is a carryover. That's the pickup truck for the arborist, and it was proposed to be an electric vehicle. So that's a carryover from 2023. I think the amount went up just to reflect increase in cost for that vehicle. The floor scrubber is proposed to replace the floor scrubber that's used in Building 6. That's the $5,300. The winch attachment is for the Bandit brush chipper, which we don't normally use when we do brush collection. But when the arborist was out doing trimming and tree removals, they will use the brush chipper for that, and this gives them more flexibility on how that chipper is utilized by having the winch attachment included on top of it. So it helped with the guys using that brush chipper as opposed to having to call out a grapple truck in another truck to clean that stuff up. So that's what that attachment is for. So we're going on an existing brush Bandit. The next line item is a salt spreader, so that's just replacing an existing salt spreader in the Chevy pickup truck. The current one's just rusted out and not repairable. That's used on bike paths, parking lots, that type of facility. The next one is replacing the plow. It says straight blade plow, so it's not just the blade, but it's the whole plow system. On the one truck that has a V plow on it, and they're just experiencing too much issues with the V plow, creating blowover and icing up the windshield, so we'll switch that out to a regular straight blade angle plow. Next line item is a trailer used for concrete crew. The current trailer is an old one that they got from the police department, from the old DUI checkpoint, so it's really undersized for what we're trying to use it for. And that trailer was purchased in '92, so it's 32 years old. So by increasing the weight of that, that'll give us the ability to haul more equipment that we need for doing concrete repairs for inlets, that type, and curb. So that's what that one is for, $10,000. And then the next one, the LED luminaires, there are only two intersections proposed for next year. They currently have LEDs out there, but they're 12 years old. And they're the 4,000 Kelvin white light, so this would replace those locations that are now 12 years old. So that's at Westerly Parkway and Blue Course, and the Raytheon building on Science Park Road. They were both put in about the same time. So that's what those are for.
All right, questions, thoughts on that section?
I think the only one was related to the pickup truck carryover with PO. I'd like to flag that one.
So was that, explain, so what's the status of that truck right now? Because I wanted to flag it too, I just want,
Yeah,
while
so that's
Ron's
a
here.
carryover from 2023. I don't know if the PO was written for that one already or not. I'm not sure.
Okay, I guess that's the question.
If
Yeah.
it was written, I don't know that the order was submitted, so that's something that we have to check on. I mean,
Okay, yeah. All right, well, we'll flag it and,
I can have that update in the meeting Thursday.
and then the winch attachment, I just don't know enough about this, if this is, something that'd be nice to have, if this is really gonna save hours of
So
getting another crew and
it
truck out,
allows
or-
the arborist to go out with a smaller crew and accomplish more work than having to rely upon bringing in other people with other equipment to collect that brush and take it out. So we have the brush chipper already, it's just to grab the clippings and to pull them into the chipper. If they have a winch, it makes it more efficient for them. That's basically what the $11,000 is for.
It kind of makes sense because there was like a culvert over by the stormwater basin by my home that they were cleaning some stuff out, but when you look at it, it's like 12 feet down, and it'd be kind of hard for somebody to just hand bomb branches up, whereas you could
Yeah,
just
it clearly wouldn't be
winch 'em
used
and
all the time.
drag 'em
Obviously, if
up.
it's smaller material, you don't need it, but if it's over a bank, or if there's a hazard tree that we have to get onto somebody's property, remove it, and there's large stuff there that we need to pull out, the winch will allow them to pull that out instead of getting equipment back in the property. So there's a number of different uses for it, but I don't think it'd be used every day all the time.
Mhm. I'll leave that up to,
We can flag it.
Yeah, we can flag it, have more discussion.
okay, very good. All right, I guess that's it for that, comments
Okay.
on that section.
And then the next one then is for 3760, and this is the one that has the sinking fund. So for this one, there are 3 pieces of equipment proposed for next year. The first one listed there is a leaf collector to replace an existing 2008 one-man leaf collector. It was refurbished a few years back, but there's some issues with the diesel engine, and it has a lot of downtime. So this item that you see listed here would only be acquired if we would be successful in acquiring the recycling grant through DEP. So there's $255,000 of the 318 would be offset by that grant. So that's the first one. And then next is a single axle plow. So this is actually a carriover from 2023. I'm sorry, not 3, there's 2. The third item down there is the revenue back, my bad. So that's this is a POs are issued in 23 for this, just hasn't been delivered yet, and it replaces a 2008 truck. So really just one new piece of equipment, in addition to the one that already is ordered.
Comments?
I think I'd like to maybe flag the leaf collector and, of course, the recycling grant associated with that for discussion.
And I just want to bring for clarification, so what's being proposed is a replacement of the leaf collector, and there's what we call a contract line item. So there's the $255,000 to offset the replacement of the leaf grant, and we would only get it if the grant came in. So I'll flag that. And then the second item here in this section would be the replacement of a single axle plow, which is a carryover from 2023.
The PO was already issued for that one.
I can confirm.
Yeah,
I
okay,
do believe
okay.
the PO was submitted.
Okay.
But whether or not we've submitted the request to order, it can't, there is generally at least I've seen it since I've been at the township, there's generally a delay, especially since COVID, from when we
Okay.
submit the order until we're told that it's available. So I can check and see, I'll flag the leaf collector purchase, and then I'll look to see where we are with the, PO process for the replacement
Yeah,
of the.
so we'll just call
supplies.
that one flagged too, so that we, talk about it, okay. Anything else on that section? There's nothing left.
Not much else to talk about there.
I have a long night on Thursday, that's okay, that's good.
Okay, so I'll keep rolling on then, I guess. No, that's
That might be
it.
it.
That's it, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm into a different fund.
Okay, so any other thoughts on capital reserve fund? And I'm not seeing any, so we'll see if there's any public comment on the capital reserve fund. And I'm not seeing any. Okay, so we'll move to the Regional Capital Recreation Projects Fund.
So we have Jennifer Steigelman
Okay,
here
great.
with us. She's with Government for Solutions. She was the COG Interim Finance Director, and she's here to just review the Regional Capital Recreation Projects Fund. Jennifer, I'm happy to orient with page numbers if you'd like, or I will just yield to you.
Yeah, if you would, hello, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we could just confirm the page number. I was thinking it was 147 in the PDF.
Okay, I've got 144 in the original PDF, and then
It looks like it's 140, well, it starts on 145
yeah, in the book.
in the book. So would you like to begin with the yeah, okay.
Yeah, so looking at the recreation fund activities that's represented in the digital book, this is account 452,535, is that correct? Regional Park?
Yes. Well, it starts with 450, Fund 31, 400, 452-532.
532. And for 2024, it's not showing anything budgeted for pools in that 2024 category on the version that I have for pool capital. And then the next one that I see a value is at 452,535 regional park capital for 132. Is that consistent with what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you may be aware, the COG starts its capital budgeting process back in the April-May timeframe and compiles a budget that is then brought through the Finance Committee, Executive Committee, and into the General Forum for voting on in advance of adopting a full budget, with the understanding that as they move through the budget process, there may be an opportunity to reconsider or reevaluate some of those projects. So this capital regional park represents, as I understand it, the last information that we had relative to the capital park budget that they are putting forth, that's going to be coming to your board in the next week. That I understand from the Finance Committee meeting that they will be bringing the COG budget to each of the municipalities for an opportunity to talk to the municipalities about the COG budget. And I thought I saw a schedule for somewhere around November 6th that Ferguson was scheduled. Is that consistent with?
That's correct.
What you understand? Okay. So that'll just give another opportunity to revisit some of these proposed plans and initiatives and provide more feedback on those initiatives. So at this point, the plan was, as I understood it, was to still spend some money on the for the parks section, to continue with doing some lighting projects, as well as some paving projects. This was a holdover from what I had understood was still in consideration. But we'll get an opportunity to look at that again as they bring their final proposed budget forward. Is that consistent with what you've been presented from the finance meeting? Because I was not given their packet, no specific what was in their budget packet.
Yes, we will see a more detailed breakdown of the expenditures from COG. Particularly, I think this is related to the debt service for the loan that the township needs to pay. For contributing to our portion of the debt for the pool and the parks. But to your point, Jennifer, yes, we're going to get a breakdown of what those expenses are collectively. And so everything that Ms. Steigelman has presented is certainly, I would say, kind of it's the basis for which you see this particular breakdown. In Thursday's budget review, the additional COG expenditures will be reviewed and discussed. But this is just one portion or section that we have reviewed. Quite honestly, just because this section has always followed the Public Works. I couldn't tell you if there's a real reason that makes sense other than this is just the flow of how we've reviewed it.
Where it always ended up in your
Yes.
in your organization of presenting the different funds, I guess.
Yes.
So you'll be getting more detailed information from the COG, and as we talk on Thursday, I can also speak in more depth about some of the other capital projects. This one is just reflective of the debt service piece in this presentation.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Questions on this section? Any public comment on this section? No, thanks so much, Jennifer.
Sure.
Thanks
Yes,
for
thank you,
sticking
Jen.
through to this point in the evening.
I just want to say Jennifer has been a tremendous resource and certainly provided assistance. There were times that I think James and I would have gone in a rabbit hole for hours until we were able to break a code or understand rhyme and reason for the way things had been done in the past as we were migrating data. And so Jennifer was just quick to say, oh yes, that's revenue that comes from the state for pension, and that needs to be, and so just having her available to be able to quickly help us resolve a matter, I can't express to you how grateful I am for her support and her availability.
Great. Well, thank you
I'm
again.
glad to help whatever way I can in terms of assisting with the process and making it easier and educational for everyone. So
That's great. Thank you so
I'm pleased
much.
to do it. So thank you.
All right. If there was nothing else on regional capital recreation, we'll move to the Transportation Improvement Fund. Hand back to Ron.
32. So I'm looking at, will be page, I think 153 is where the expenditures start in the printed version. So this is Fund 32, 408314 is where we're gonna start with expenditures. I'll highlight grants as we go through it.
Okay. I think 152 in the PDF. Does that sound right?
One fifty-three on the printed version, and yes, 150 on the PDF version is where we start with revenue, so.
I'm gonna start with expenditures.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
scrolling down to
All right.
expenditures, thank you.
So the first item there, 408314 is engineering design work related to the Transportation Alternative Set-Aside Project, the TASA project, which we're already under contract with McCormick Taylor. That work's ongoing, so this is carryover funds to complete the design of that in 2024. Next category going down, streetlight construction. There's $155,000 proposed for streetlights. And let me just look over here. So part of that is a carryover for work that's being completed now for the retrofits that we had budgeted in 2023. There was a delay in acquiring the Millbank lighting control structures. We're still waiting for those. The contract's saying contractor's saying should be here in November, but I'm not putting my eggs in that basket until I see it. So we're just holding funds for that to carry over in case it doesn't get completed. The other part of that is the 4 decorative lights that are in front of St. Paul's Lutheran Church. The township has been paying the electric bill on those for a long time, and we didn't realize that those are ours. West Penn's records say they are. The church has no record of ownership. So what this project would do would be to retrofit those 4 lights similar to the others that we did and put them on a separate lighting control structure. Also, the church board has agreed to donate to the township an easement since those lights are on the church property and not in the right-of-way. So that $155,000 that's proposed is for both of those, to finish up the one lighting project and to also do the other 4 lights in front of the Lutheran church. The next line item down is right-of-way appraisal fees. That would be related to the TASA project, the Transportation Alternative Set-Aside project, where we may need right-of-way for shoulder widening for the bike lanes or to construct the sidewalk going up along Water Street. All right. And then the actual right-of-way acquisition cost is $439,313, and then that is the actual cost to acquire, again, temporary easements for construction related to the TASA project, and there's also some funds in there if we need to acquire easements for the traffic signal that's proposed at Science Park Road and Sandy Drive. There's 2 poles that are just going to be outside of the right-of-way that will need to acquire easements from adjoining property owners for that. And it's possible those folks may donate those easements because they're seeing a benefit to the signal coming. But we put money in just in case we have to do the actual appraisal and compensate them for those easements.
Okay, comments on that section?
Flag right-of-way acquisition cost.
For, there were 2.
The one for Sandy Drive.
Yeah, okay, so that second one. And then I was gonna flag, the streetlight construction of the 4 lights, at the church, and suggest we work those into the capital improvement plan next year.
Yeah, I could probably, let me see if I got a breakout on that.
A breakout on 439,313.
For this
434,361.
361. Yeah, I have a separate cost for what that is for those lights in front of the church versus the carryover for.
Perfect.
Most of it is for the lights in front of the church. Let
Great,
me see if I
thank
have that
you.
number handy. If not, I'll find it. So the carryover, yeah, so it's carryover, sorry, it's about half and half. So the carryover is 75,000. So, and that all may get expended this year. So the lights in front of the church are the balance of that $80,000. That's design and construction. It's pretty expensive for 4 lights, but yeah.
Yeah.
So the other thing I'd say, if we defer that, we'll probably have to do some maintenance on those lights even, because right now, 3 of the 4 don't work, and the heads are bad. So that's how we discovered that they're ours, because the church was trying to get West Penn to fix them, and West Penn says they're not ours. And so we pay on a flat rate, so they do bulb replacement, but they don't do fixture replacement.
Right,
So
okay.
if we defer that project to get those lights working, we may have to expend some funds just to do some electrician work out there to do some repairs.
Okay, okay.
Clarification, Ron.
Yes.
What's the carryover for the lights?
For the current project that's being finished this year, that's 75,000 is what we have outstanding. We haven't paid on that yet.
Okay, so to take the 4 lights in front of St. Paul's Church
That's
off,
80,000.
that would be about
We
80.
would take 80,000 out if we deferred the lights in front of the church.
And that would
Correct.
be to take them off the tariff and and do the maintenance that's needed.
Right, so if we don't
80,000.
expend that and we want to get those lights working, we'll probably have some additional costs under maintenance for street lights.
So for
Pick
just
that
for
up.
clarification, that you're flagging just the 4 lights in front of St. Paul's Church, so it would be the 80,000 number. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I guess,
439, 313.
yes, so that, if that one happens to be broken out, because I think you were only talking about the,
Yeah, there's a combination, the narrative speaks to 2 projects.
Yeah, let me look. And most of that is for the TASA project,
Oh, okay, okay.
because there's a lot of properties out there. Wrong way. Yeah, so anticipated, actually, that's 20,000 for the TASA project and 26,000 for the traffic signal. So, yeah, it's heavier towards Sandy Drive.
Okay.
Although I'd be surprised if we need that much, but, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just flag that
Okay.
part of it for tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good to move on.
All right, so I think we're up to capital construction now, 439,610. This should be pretty consistent with what was reviewed with the CIP. So paving projects for next year, we have in there Ernest Lane, as well as Nixon Road, the section starting at Whitehall Road and going north about a mile. Those are the 2 segments of road that are planned for resurfacing. There you also see then the next item is that microsurfacing program, the 420,000. And again, this used to always come out of liquid fuels funds, and this Dave also let me pass on that's something if we've got room in liquid fuels with the allocations that could go back up there and come out of the TIF. The next item is repair replacement of storm pipes related to the paving project. So that would be cross culverts on Nixon Road. And then there's a line item for seal coating for bike paths. When we do that every year, we have a rotating program. We do about 1/4 of the township annually. The next line item is the $700,000 to implement the TASA project. That's again the bike lanes and the sidewalks, and that $700,000 is offset by the grant that we received from PennDOT. So that becomes a wash. The next line item, at least for construction side, is a potential project, unidentified. PennDOT comes out with green light go funds every year. So we don't have a project identified at this time, but if we have the opportunity to apply for and receive a grant, that's an 80/20 grant, so there will be revenue to offset that as well. 80% of that is refunded by PennDOT. So at this point, there's no identified project for this point, but we would target and would be looking at safety improvements where we can make safety improvements at signalized intersections. After that is the proposed traffic signal at Science Park Road and Sandy Drive. That's the $604,000. The line item after that is the school zone flashers that were requested in front of Radio Park Elementary School on Cherry Lane. This is a carryover from 2023. That project's still in design. We haven't got that one out to bid yet. So to complete that, we need to rebudget those funds for 2024. After that, we have the Blue Course Drive and West College accessible pedestrian signals upgrade. So again, these are the talking push buttons where we had a visually impaired resident that lives in Glenview that walks to the medical office building at the corner of Blue Course and Old Gatesford Road. So this would upgrade the intersection at Blue Course and West College with APS signals. There is a very, very strong possibility that that improvement may get completed by a developer. So it looks like it's going that direction. So if that development comes through, then we won't need these funds likely to make those improvements there. That resident has requested in other locations, and those are planned in other years in the CIP because she does use those other intersections of Blue Course Drive. That's it for capital construction, 439,610.
Okay, let's go over that. Whoever wants to start.
Yeah, I have a couple to flag. One would be the Ernest Lane paving. I originally had the pedestrian work in Pine Grove Mills for 700,000, but I was just curious to maybe learn more about the grant as to, is it a complete offset of 700,000?
Yeah, the grant we received is, so there's the engineering side of it that we're working in right now, the 180,000, that's all our responsibility. And clearing the right of way, but the construction is all reimbursed by PennDOT. So there's the grant we received is a full 700,000.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So
And we're already spending money for the design, so.
Yeah.
We got money from the county for
Yeah,
that too.
that-
Yeah, it's a big.
Good. And then the other one to flag would be the new traffic signal at Sandy Drive in Science Park. That's what I had there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the flag that and they're linked together.
The traffic signal at Sandy, yeah, I wanted to flag that one as well, so I think we'll have some good discussion on that, and I agree with flagging Ernest Lane.
So I won't be here again Thursday, so if there's any questions you want to ask me about those projects, now's the time.
Okay, let's do that, let's do that discussion maybe on Sandy, have a little bit of
Yeah.
talk to hear where we're at right now while Ron's here.
So Ernest Lane and Sandy Drive.
Yeah, I mean, even with Ernest Lane, just for me, I just don't think it has enough use for that price tag, bottom line.
Yeah, between the two projects, Nixon Road is in worse condition than Ernest Lane as well. I think Ernest Lane could be deferred if we did some base repair and maybe a micro surfacing on that to try and buy some time on that one. Nixon Road, probably not. If you're looking at those two projects for paving, I would concur with you. I think Ernest Lane is less of a priority than Nixon Road would be.
And I think that is the discussion we had on the road tour too, was
Yeah. So,
prioritizing them like
yeah,
that.
so deferring Ernest Lane isn't gonna give heartburn.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so they're good.
Okay, good. And then let's talk about the traffic signal at Sandy Drive and Science Park Road.
Yeah, so that one, the warrant study was completed on that a few years ago. And then we started design on it and it got deferred by the board. So it was to be funded this year, then it got pushed to next year. So the design on that's probably 80% complete. And then that's really addresses the capacity. So people leaving the business park on Sandy Drive on either side, and then the other access into Greenleaf Manor. So those are the folks that we've received concerns and complaints from regarding the difficulty in leaving the business park during the peak periods to be able to get on to Science Park Road. It only met the peak hour warrant, so it doesn't meet any of the other warrants. But with the delay there and the volume of traffic, it was warranted as an installation. That's one that I get calls on from time to time, just so you know, people are asking about it.
And if I recall from the CIP discussion, one of the discussions that we've had, we would be responsible for this one because it doesn't meet the full warrant?
No.
Wasn't there some responsibility that would fall onto us as opposed to PennDOT because it didn't meet the full warrant?
No, every signal is our full responsibility.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how many warrants are met or not. We do have to, because it's only the peak hour warrant, do a follow-up study to verify that we're actually having the volume of traffic going through the intersection that we counted beforehand. So in conjunction with that, the other thing that is being looked at is, so there's two accesses on from Sandy Drive onto Science Park Road, one down by the S&A Model Home, and the other one up by the Credit Union, just a big loop road. So the signal is proposed at the access location down by the Model Home, which also lines up with the access that goes over to where CVIM is now, and going into the Greenleaf Manor development. The other access to the south, which is a T intersection, in conjunction with installing a signal, we're looking at doing turning restrictions during the peak hours at the one that's stop controlled. So we don't want people trying to make a left at the stop sign. We want them to go around the loop and make a left where the signal is. It really doesn't increase their trip time at all because they're going that direction anyway. So we think people would want to naturally go there regardless, but we're going to encourage them to go there by restricting the left turns during the peak hours.
Okay, and that was actually going to be my follow-up question. Have we looked at, restricting that and maybe in lieu of a light, restricting even that intersection as well to certain turns to, again, push people to the right, intersection during certain times?
Yeah, there's really no other good place to send them to because that's just a loop road all we have. And the levels of service down at the other intersection aren't that much better, even with just a stop control instead of a T intersection.
And when we think levels of service, though, I also think about safety, though, in the levels of, so is one intersection maybe safer to make the left turn out of as opposed to another one?
In a stop control condition, the way they are right now, the safer intersection would be the T intersection by the credit union because there's less conflict points at a T intersection than you have at a plus intersection, significantly less.
So if the plus intersection was restricted to, no left turn between certain hours, and the other intersection was just left wide open, we could maybe still increase the safety in those intersections.
Really need to do a safety study to see if it would increase the safety or not. Yeah, I can't say for sure. I mean, the T intersection is definitely a safer intersection regardless of the amount of traffic you have using it. But the other intersection is a plus, so you still have the other leg of traffic that wants to come out.
Right.
So it's not gonna be addressing that either.
Right, and that's actually
Yeah.
a place that I would think, okay, your left turn restricted at the plus intersection. So again, forcing people to the right or going down to the other intersection, that's the T, that might be safer. So, again, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to think of.
so the other thing you're
alternatives.
doing is right now, people could make a left at either location.
Correct.
So you're gonna send them all to one location.
Yes, the safer one,
But
because
you're
it's the
gonna,
T.
you're gonna, by doing that, you're gonna have additional delay,
Mhm.
so you're gonna have a longer queue.
Yeah.
So there's no real study to prove it, but we know that the longer the delay, the more people will take unnecessary risks with getting into traffic streams. They might trying to get into gaps that are not really what they should. So it's hard to project that kind of stuff to really answer you for certain, Matt. But, yeah.
Okay.
So
The
maybe
other,
that's what we wanna
the
look
other
at
thing the
next year.
signal does help with, it didn't really come out of the signal warrant study, but there is a CATA bus stop on Science Park Road, right at that intersection, and with CVIM going in, they have a number of people that use the bus for their medical services. So this would give them a signalized crossing location to get to and from the bus stop on the other side of the Science Park Road.
Yeah.
So it provides some of that pedestrian safety also for people crossing Science Park without having to go somewhere else.
And we can go ahead and keep it flagged
Yep.
for the board to determine if you want to.
Sure, I just want to be able to answer
appropriate
questions.
funds.
while it's
Yeah.
here.
Right, no, I
Yeah.
agree. I mean, I would keep the dialogue, but I would
Mhm.
just acknowledge too that you don't have to make the decision tonight to determine if you want to appropriate funds.
Thank you. And so the traffic study was done several years ago too, so, okay, well, we'll keep thinking about it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that one is flagged, and then that was it for that. Okay, other questions?
I was gonna say, do we wanna flag the Radio Park signal, flat flasher? My understanding that was proposed because that was a school zone that we were having trouble trying to fill with a crossing guard position, but I don't know how that situation has evolved.
Well, let's go ahead and flag it.
But yeah,
if you wanna
that's
flag
where
it,
I'm
yeah,
going with that
yeah.
in case we needed.
I think there still is no crossing guard there, so I'll say,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, just throwing that out there since we had the engineer in the building,
Yeah.
so we'll
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
further
so
discuss
that's
tomorrow.
that's an in-house design we're doing, so we really haven't expended other resources other than our time. So up until the point where we actually, I mean, it's in the budget for this year, but we probably won't get it out to bid yet this year anyway, so. But we could, even if we got it completed and got bids, we could see where we're at on it. The board always has the ability not to award a contract to.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to move on.
Yep.
Okay, I'm looking then at, in the TIF fund, account 435,610, which is mobility study implementation. So this is looking at advancing projects that came out of either the Northland Area Mobility Study or the Pine Grove Mills Mobility Study. There are two projects shown here. The first one is from the Northland Area Mobility, and this is just for preliminary engineering, the $105,000. It's to look at what would be necessary to complete the shared use path connection where it is along Blue Course Drive, where it turns and goes past behind Radio Park School to College Heights. Extend that path paralleling Blue Course Drive across Martin Street to Atherton Street, cross Atherton Street and parallel Clinton Avenue and connect to the shared use path that is the McKee Street Bikeway. So that was one of the high priority projects that was identified in the mobility study. The mobility study had a dollar number for construction, but it identified that there are a lot of unknowns with respect to right-of-way and utilities, and those were not forecasted. So advancing the preliminary engineering would get a better estimate for utilities, right-of-way, and construction, that then the township could position themselves to go after grant funding for that multimodal grant funding. This is a project we've been chipping away at when we had free time in-house. We're short-staffed, so it's kind of stalled, but we've done all the survey and the base mapping. If we get fully staffed, we may be able to pick it up and continue with it, depending upon the expertise level of the person we could recruit. The person we had in-house that we lost was just, man, he was good. Man, he was good. So, if we get that level of competency back in, we could possibly advance this on our own. We've not been successful over the past year recruiting for that person. So this allows that project to get through that preliminary engineering phase to better identify costs for construction and grant opportunity. The second one is advancing the design of the stop-controlled improvements at the intersection of Pine Grove Mills where the flasher is. So that's Pine Grove Road, Water Street, and Nixon Road. This is one that's in the current budget as a project, so this would be a carryover for that. We haven't made any progress on that at all, and I've started writing the request for proposals to retain a consultant to do that. And again, that would be the design only. And that project contemplated, if I recall correctly, mostly pedestrian safety improvements, enhancing the crossing, lighting, installing bulb outs to shorten the crossings and add a chicaning effect in there. So trying to improve the crossings on Pine Grove Road on either side of Water Street and Nixon Road. Enhanced markings, potentially rectangular rapid flashing beacons, so they'd be actuated flashers when people are crossing. Particularly at the one that was proposed going to in and out of the post office, which is a little bit removed from the intersection, right at the apex of the curve. So that's the scope of the construction. This would be the design funds to advance that project.
Okay. Comments on these items? And again, you're kind of pointing out these are things that get done as.
Yeah, and these are, and just from talking with Dave, if you're looking at cutting projects, his philosophy would be maintain our current infrastructure first before we build more new. So these are projects that he would probably defer as opposed to cutting, like a paving job or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think what, if the Northland, project, there's just a lot of potential there to actually get a grant. I think even with the, active transportation plan, moving forward at the county level, I think there could be something there, so,
And this is the project that has regional benefit as well, and it may be even something that if we get it far enough along that we might be able to partner somehow with, through the MPO to advance the project, even considering potential, bill funding.
that's what I'm thinking, I think there's
So,
just.
I mean, there's some unknown opportunities that could be out there. I don't know how successful we'd be with it, but that's really getting that to the point where you know what your scope is and
Right.
how much you need to request.
Yeah, so, that one, I think it's just kind of a good timing to leave that one in. There's a lot going on in Pine Grove Mills, so, I'm not even sure if, how far this would get next year, but I'm okay leaving it there.
Yeah.
So, if nobody's flagging anything here, we're gonna,
Yeah, I'm about safety, so.
well, yeah, I mean, those are just two very high, high.
Yeah, they were both
potential
ranked very
conflict.
high,
Yeah.
each one
That's-
coming out of their respective study.
Yeah. Okay, all right, I think that's it for that.
That's it for TIF. That's all I have for that.
That was it for TIF.
Period.
Okay, okay. Wow. Okay, we'll go back to the manager if you have anything else before I get some final comments and some final, public comment. There's nothing right off the top. I'll see if we have public comment first. Go ahead and come on up to the podium and give us your name and township of residence. Thank you.
Ken Rainey, Ferguson Township. I appreciate the educational seminar this evening. Thank you. The one thing I would like to remind the township folks at plan meetings, tonight was the Ferguson Township opportunity for the League of Women Voters to participate in their discussion tonight. You scheduled a meeting when Ferguson Township, us candidates, had the opportunity to speak with our constituents. Somebody needs to look at the schedules before you schedule these meetings, find out what's going on in other places so that the candidates have the opportunity to be heard in another forum. Because I agreed to participate because other people didn't, they canceled everyone. So that gives me, as a candidate, not an opportunity to speak my mind, answer questions in a public forum. This could have been scheduled at a different time. You need to check the schedule, especially in a political year, so that we know what's going on, so candidates have an opportunity and you still get your work done here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's an exceptionally great point, and I would encourage all public members to reach out and share these observations. This was scheduled December 2022, so we've had this scheduled for a while, but I understand that there are other organizations that end up scheduling meetings that can create a conflict, and I think the township would be certainly, willing to look and see what we might be able to do. But I don't know that anyone on staff knew that. So
Yeah.
please be encouraged to reach out in the future when you see those conflicts. I would be happy to explore that with the board and make arrangements for CNET. So I apologize for the conflict and the trouble that it may have presented for others as well.
Appreciate the comment. Okay, let's go to the board for final things. If there's, maybe something that didn't get touched on tonight in any of these particular funds.
My items were addressed, so.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else, so, anything to wrap us up this evening from the manager?
No, we'll have a list of the flagged items for the board to continue discussion after the review of the items that are on the agenda. We'll review revenue, and we'll also review some of the additional funds that are presented in the agenda Thursday evening.
Okay, great. If there is nothing else, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
With Patty out, I will motion to adjourn.
Thank you, and I'll second, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.